Chapter 315. Xiao Liulang had known Jiyu Jiao for a long time. Ever since Jiyu Jiao stopped being stupid, she had never been so embarrassed. He had only touched her golden saw medicine, but she suddenly exploded. Not only did she snatch the small bag of golden saw medicine that he tore open, she even pounced over and pressed down on the bed full of golden saw medicine like little Hachi protecting its food. Her little face was red, and her eyes were moist. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Of course it was from anger. How could this small medicine box be so heavy? How could it drop the ball at such a critical moment? Jiyu Jiao was so angry that the small voice in her mind was about to speak. "Don't touch the medicine here," she said fiercely. However, her angry appearance didn't have much deterrence. Xiao Liulang thought of Jiyu Yang. The twins usually had different personalities, but when they were angry, they were indeed siblings. Xiao Liulang looked at her calmly. This medicine is very expensive. I don't need such good medicine. There's a bottle of wound medicine on Grandaunt's table. Take that." Jiyu Jiao was confused by the small medicine box. She had forgotten that Xiao Liulang wouldn't be able to recognize these things at all. On the contrary, her appearance made Xiao Liulang have a strange interest in this slippery little thing. Forget it, it was her medicine. He would listen to her how she wanted to use it. He couldn't steal it back to study it just because he was curious. When Xiao Liulang went to Grandaunt's room to get the wound medicine, Jiyu Jiao had already cleaned up the scene. The small medicine box seemed to have suffered a heavy blow that it shouldn't have. It was thrown on the table in disdain and was as quiet as a chicken. Xiao Liulang applied the medicine on Jiyu Jiao. It didn't look like an ordinary scratch. He asked, "How did you get this?" In the past, he would never ask about it, but now that he had casually asked about it, he was naturally stunned for a moment. Jiyu Jiao rolled her eyes and said without a change in her expression, "Just loosening up my muscles and bones." "I don't fight." Xiao Liulang said indifferently, "You went to the nunnery to stretch your muscles and bones?" Jiyu Jiao looked at him in shock. As Xiao Liulang applied the medicine for her, he said unhurriedly, "You have good sandalwood on your body and purple moss on the soles of your feet. This kind of moss can only be found on the road from the temple to the nunnery." Jiyu Jiao, his persona had collapsed again. "Consort Rui Wang came to visit and invited me to the nunnery for a visit. On the way back, I met a few rascals and taught them a lesson." Jiyu Jiao avoided the main point and talked about the trivial. Hearing that she had been invited to the nunnery by Consort Rui Wang, Xiao Liulang frowned. "Was it the nunnery near the Puji temple?" "Yes." Jiyu Jiao nodded. Xiao Liulang asked again, "You went to see Consort Jing Dowager?" "Yes." Jiyu Jiao nodded again. She didn't ask how he knew that Consort Jing Dowager lived in the nunnery. Xiao Liulang suddenly fell silent. Jiyu Jiao looked at him. Her injuries really were fine. Xiao Liulang finished applying the last wound and said to her, "Don't go to the nunnery for a visit in the future." "Why?" Jiyu Jiao didn't understand. Xiao Liulang thought for a moment and said, "It's better to have less contact with the imperial family." Jiyu Jiao, "Oh." On the other side, King Ning returned to the palace to report to the emperor after visiting Consort Jing Dowager. "Mother, are you all right?" the emperor asked worriedly. King Ning said, "Consort Jing Dowager was sad for a few days when she heard that you were attacked by an assassin. Today, third sister-in-law went to visit her and said that you had recovered and returned to the palace." Consort Jing Dowager was relieved. "She's fine now." The emperor let out a long breath. "I knew she would be worried. Third brother and his wife are very considerate." King Ning said, "Father, there's one more thing." The emperor looked at him. "What is it?" King Ning cupped his hands. "Third sister-in-law was attacked on her way back." The emperor frowned. "Was she hurt?" King Ning shook his head. "No, she was just a little frightened. Third sister-in-law and the baby in her belly are both fine. Third brother's wife is blessed." The emperor couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Consort Ning, who had just had a miscarriage. First brother, second brother, and third brother were all married, but they didn't even give birth to an imperial grandchild. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. However, having children was fate and couldn't be forced. Did you catch the assassin? The emperor asked in a low voice. King Ning said with shame, it wasn't easy to catch one alive, but he took poison and killed himself before we could interrogate him. The emperor thought for a moment. Go investigate the hostage of Chen State. King Ning said thoughtfully, Father, you suspect him? He's still in the limelight for assassinating you. He wouldn't do it again so soon, would he? The emperor said, he has a criminal record. He's very suspicious. Besides, we didn't get any concrete evidence last time. We only killed one of his aides. If it's really him this time, we can't let him get away with it no matter what. King Ning hesitated for a moment before cupping his hands. Yes, I'll go investigate right away. After King Ning left the imperial study, the emperor summoned eunuch Wei. However, he didn't sleep for long before he had an indescribable dream. Everything in the dream was so real that it almost killed him. But he hadn't really experienced it, so he didn't know how to do it and didn't know how to do it, so he woke up in a daze. After waking up, Xiao Liulang secretly scolded himself for being a beast. How could he do that to her in the dream? Xiao Liulang got up and copied the Buddhist scriptures. He didn't lie back on the bed until he was completely calm. But it was destined to be a night of many dreams. He had another dream, but it wasn't about Jiyu Jiao, but about himself when he was young. In the dream, he was about the same age as little Jing Kong. He was a little bean, walking on a small path paved with stones and entering a courtyard full of beauties. He was too young at that time, so he didn't know many people in the palace. A kind voice sounded above his head, do you want to eat it? It's very delicious chestnut cake. He took a piece of chestnut cake, and after eating half of it, his eyes went black and he collapsed. Xiao Liulang woke up with a start. This was the memory of being poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang when he was 4 years old. This memory had long been blurred, but subconsciously, he would reject things made of chestnuts. Maybe it was the first dream that stimulated his mind, and it actually made him recall the dusty memory of his childhood. He didn't dream of that person's face, but he saw the person's hand clearly. It was a left hand, and there was a mole on the left wrist. There was no mole on his great-aunt's wrist. The person who poisoned him that year was not Empress Dowager Zhuang. Chapter 316. Xiao Liulang didn't sleep well that night, so he woke up 15 minutes later than usual the next day. In just 15 minutes, he was informed that Jiyu Jiao had left. Jiyu Jiao had gone to visit her grandaunt. Just like how the emperor would wonder if concubine Jing was also sick when he saw Empress Dowager Zhuang, Jiyu Jiao also remembered how her grandaunt had stayed up all night to watch over the emperor when she saw concubine Jing fall ill. Her grandaunt was old, and staying up all night was very harmful to her health. Jiyu Jiao didn't just have Empress Dowager Zhuang's token, she also had the emperor's token. She casually took out a token, stunning the guards outside the palace. No. Didn't you have the Runsho Palace's token a few times ago? How come it's the Pure Flowers Palace's token now? Is it wrong? Jiyu Jiao flipped through her pockets and took out another token. The guard took it and almost fainted when he saw it. This was the previous emperor's token. That one seemed to have been given to her by her grandaunt. Jiyu Jiao flipped through her pockets again. There seemed to be more. The guard's face paled. Stop flipping. Who knows what you'll find later? Hurry up and go in. Hurry up and go in. The guard returned the token to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao went to Runsho Palace. Eunuch Qin was surprised to see her, but he also felt relieved. Aya, Miss Jiyu, you're finally here. This servant didn't know what to do if you didn't come. What's wrong? Is grandaunt sick? Jiyu Jiao asked when she saw Eunuch Qin's worried expression. Eunuch Qin sighed and nodded. She's been sick for a few days, but she refused to tell anyone about it. She also refused to let this servant invite Miss Jiyu over. The Empress Dowager said it was a small illness and she'll be fine after some rest. Small illnesses at this age were difficult to bear and dangerous. Jiyu Jiao hurried to her great-aunt's bedchamber. Empress Dowager Zhuang just caught a cold from overworking. However, just as Jiyu Jiao said, an illness at this age was not an illness. It could take one's life at any time. Empress Dowager Zhuang lay withered on the phoenix bed. It was as if half of her vitality had been sucked out overnight. Great Aunt Jiyu Jiao stepped forward and placed the food box on the table. Then, she sat by the bed and began to take her great aunt's pulse. Empress Dowager Zhuang weakly looked at Jiyu Jiao and then looked at Eunuch Qin behind Jiyu Jiao. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who told you to call him here?" Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. Jiyu Jiao pulled up the quilt for her great aunt and said, "Eunuch Qin didn't call me. I came by myself." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "Have you taken your medicine this morning?" Jiyu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin said, "Not yet. The imperial physician instructed me to drink it after the meal, but the Empress Dowager Zhuang looked coldly at Eunuch Qin. "Do you think your life is too long?" He even dared to complain about her. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck resentfully. Jiyu Jiao said, "I brought food." "Yes, yes, yes." Eunuch Qin hurried to the table and opened the food box that Jiyu Jiao brought. A familiar fragrance of chopped green onions floated out. It was egg drop millet porridge, brown sugar glutinous rice cake, pea pudding, and some homemade pickled dried fruits. The pea pudding was made by Yarrow Shi. The other three were made by the old chancellor and only half of the sugar was added. Empress Dowager Zhuang originally didn't have much of an appetite, but after taking a bite, she couldn't stop. Jiyu Jiao didn't let her eat too much. She had Eunuch Qin take the food away after a few chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang smacked her lips with hidden bitterness. "Ijar is sick and you don't let Ijar eat until she is full." Jiyu Jiao said, "You also need to leave room for medicine." She didn't want to drink medicine. She wanted to eat until she was full. After about half an hour, Jiyu Jiao had someone bring the medicine. Jiyu Jiao tasted it first. It was the right medicine and the medicine was very mild. Empress Dowager Zhuang had a look of refusal. Jiyu Jiao took out 3 candied fruits. "Originally, I could have eaten 3. Empress Dowager Zhuang curled her lips. Jiyu Jiao said, "These 3 are extra." Before she finished speaking, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the medicine bowl and gulped it down. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she decisively took away the 3 candied fruit. It rained for a while last night and cooled down the heat. Today, the sky was clear and it was very suitable for a walk outside. "Great Aunt, I will accompany you to the Imperial Garden," Jiyu Jiao said to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. Jiyu Jiao said, "I will come to see you tomorrow." Empress Dowager Zhuang, deal. The group went to the Imperial Garden. Jiyu Jiao liked to sit in Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to sit because it was stuffy. Therefore, there was a very strange scene in the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang held Eunuch Qin's arm and walked slowly in front. Jiyu Jiao sat in Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan and followed with a look of enjoyment. Her small head was shaking. All the palace people were speechless. The group went to the Imperial Garden. There was a pavilion in the Imperial Garden and a large area of shade. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Jiyu Jiao looked at the shade at the same time. Eunuch Qin understood and hurriedly had people bring in tables and chairs. After Empress Dowager Zhuang and Jiyu Jiao sat down, Eunuch Qin put tea and fresh fruits on the table. The snacks were for Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao was at the age of growing and got hungry quickly. Jiyu Jiao picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and ate it carefully. She was sweating while eating. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the palace people. The palace people hurriedly took a fan behind Jiyu Jiao and gently fanned her. The breeze was gentle and the garden was full of fragrance. It was the same scenery, but because there was a different person, Empress Dowager Zhuang also had a different state of mind. Eunuch Qin looked at Jiyu Jiao who was eating snacks and then looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang who was quietly drinking tea. What did Empress Dowager Zhuang need? In fact, she just needed companionship. Miss Jiyu didn't need to do anything. She just needed to accompany Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Dowager Zhuang would be very happy. It was also at this moment that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hate the palace. However, peaceful moments were always short. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't enjoy the leisure for long before she was disturbed by an uninvited guest. I thought it was mother from afar. When I came over, it was really her. Yes, the uninvited guest was the emperor. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face instantly darkened. The emperor strode over and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Son pays respect to mother. You bastard. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. She didn't want to have a good moment with Jiao Jiao to be interrupted by this annoying guy. The emperor was not alone. Prince Ning was with him. Prince Ning also bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Imperial grandmother. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally showed a good face to Prince Ning. Yes. She responded. Eunuch Qin and others bowed to the two of them. Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness. Prince Ning looked at Jiyu Jiao next to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Jiyu Jiao was eating half of the snacks and there was still foam at the corner of her mouth. She raised her head slightly and nodded to greet the emperor and Prince Ning. Your Majesty, Prince Ning. Her expression was cold, but the foam at the corner of her mouth was too eye-catching. She looked like a little adult. Prince Ning wanted to laugh. The emperor didn't mind that Jiyu Jiao didn't kneel to greet the emperor and Prince Ning. Prince Ning naturally didn't mind. Eat your food. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Jiyu Jiao. Oh. Jiyu Jiao continued to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor didn't expect that Jiyu Jiao could accurately call out Prince Ning's name. They only thought that she knew Prince Ning's identity because she heard the palace people greet him. The emperor automatically ignored the disdain on Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. He walked over and sat down on the other side of Jiyu Jiao, facing Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even give him a look. The emperor looked at the snacks on the plate and said, What's so good about Osman Thus cakes? Are the cooks of Runsho Palace so negligent? If Imperial Mother lacks cooks, I can send a few over to Imperial Mother. Then, without waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to refute, he said to Jiyu Jiao, I have a new cook from Jiangnan. His lotus cakes are delicious, better than this. He acted like a human trafficker who wanted to kidnap a child. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, Jiao Jiao doesn't like lotus cakes. When Prince Ning heard this, he looked at Jiyu Jiao in astonishment. The emperor continued to guide Jiyu Jiao patiently, then there are other crisps. The desserts made by that chef are very delicious. See what Jingkong and the others like to eat and bring some back for them. These words directly hit Jiyu Jiao's heart. Jiyu Jiao didn't have much obsession with food, but her younger brothers were all foodies. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a sense of crisis and used her unique skill, Jiao Jiao is sick. Jiao Jiao wants to treat Aijia's illness. The emperor said, What a coincidence. I am injured. The little magic doctor came just in time. By the way, Eunuch Wei, I don't know how his arm is. Eunuch Wei, my arm is very good. The emperor glared at him like a knife. Eunuch Wei said with a strong desire to live, Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. Jiyu Jiao, Prince Ning, Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang's murderous aura filled the entire imperial garden. It was as if they were going to draw their swords in the next second. Jiyu Jiao looked at her grandaunt and then at the emperor. How about a rock-paper-scissors game? Ha! Everyone laughed. Girl, you are still too naive. Do you know who these two are? One is the emperor of Zhao country and the other is the uncrowned overlord. Would they play rock-paper-scissors with you? Ha ha ha. The next second, everyone was slapped in the face. The two top bosses of Zhao country actually rolled up their sleeves and played rock-paper-scissors in the imperial garden. The result was obvious. Empress Dowager Zhuang won for sure. The emperor gritted his teeth. 3, 2 out of 3 wins. The emperor gritted his teeth again. 5, 3 out of 5 wins. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him as if he was an idiot. Aijia has already won against you 3 times in a row. The emperor who had 10,000 arrows in his heart, Jade Water Alley's #1 gambling god, was not casually called. Empress Dowager Zhuang had never lost in rock-paper-scissors games. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang valiantly brought Jiyu Jiao back to Rensho Palace. The emperor's mouth fiercely twitched. Cough. Prince Ning cleared his throat and asked, Father Emperor, that Miss she is my benefactor. The Emperor sighed as he spoke. He was still wringing his hands from losing to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She cured my illness. This assassination attempt was also thanks to her help. Also, the Emperor paused and said, the glutinous rice mortar and the bellows were also made by her. Prince Ning's handsome face flashed with surprise. Ah, it's actually her? That is to say, she is the daughter of Marquis Ding Fu? There were some things that the common people did not know, but they were spread throughout the imperial palace. Although Prince Ning had long established another residence outside the palace, he often went in and out of the imperial palace. He was not unfamiliar with Jiyu Jinyu falsely claiming credit for the real Miss Jiyu. Prince Ning's face was filled with realization. Sun saw her at the scene of the accident. She was saving a patient. In order to save a patient, she was almost caught in the explosion. Military officer Jiyu bravely stepped forward. No wonder she was so familiar with military officer Jiyu. It turns out they were siblings. Sun heard that she grew up among the common people, but I did not expect her to have such ability. The Emperor said, Jin once asked where her master was. Jin originally wanted to ask her master to leave the mountain, but her master had already passed away. Prince Ning regretfully sighed. That's right, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? The Emperor asked. Prince Ning asked the Emperor tomorrow about the assassination attempt on consort Rui Wang. He had entered the palace today to report the results to Father Emperor. He said, Sun has investigated. It was not a hostage from the country of Chen. It wasn't him? The Emperor was skeptical. Prince Ning nodded. The hostage from the country of Chen just lost a great general. He wouldn't dare to stir up trouble again in such a short time. He and his subordinates have been very well behaved in the palace these days. The Emperor's gaze turned cold. If it wasn't a hostage from the country of Chen, then there is only one possibility. Prince Ning looked at him. Father, are you suspecting? The Emperor said coldly, is there a need to suspect? It's obvious that it was her. Jin understands that she is your grandmother and your great-aunt. You are more or less on her side, but other than her, no one else could have done this. Prince Ning was caught between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so he was in a difficult position. Of all the princes in the palace, only he was in such an awkward position. Rui Wang is on good terms with Sun, and grandmother dotes on him. Rui Wang was part of Prince Ning's line. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no reason to deal with the couple. The Emperor snorted coldly. Have you forgotten how close old Third and his wife were to old concubine Jing? She was jealous of old concubine Jing. She could not bear to see anyone treat old concubine Jing well. Prince Ning, however, shook his head. Grandmother would not do such a thing. The Emperor faintly said, have you forgotten how she poisoned Aheng that year? If the palace had not discovered it early, Aheng would have already died. The Emperor had never said a single bad word about Empress Dowager Zhuang in front of the Crown Prince. On the contrary, he did not have any qualms in front of Prince Ning. How could Prince Ning not understand that this was a form of respect and also a form of probing? The Emperor was probing his feelings, as well as his filial piety and sincerity. Prince Ning persisted, saying, it was not grandmother. Sun is certain. The Emperor was unhappy. How can you be certain? Prince Ning cupped his hands, because when third sister was attacked by an assassin, the daughter of Marquis Dingen's manor was also present. She nearly died to the assassin's arrow. Grandmother dotes on her and would not allow anyone to harm her. The Emperor frowned and looked at Prince Ning. Why did you not say this yesterday? Prince Ning said with shame, Sun did not know of her relationship with grandmother and Father Emperor. I thought that she was just a normal female doctor and was not worth mentioning. No matter how deep the Emperor's prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang was, he had to admit that Empress Dowager Zhuang truly doted on the young divine doctor. She would not choose to assassinate the young divine doctor while he was present. But, if it was not the hostage of Chen country, nor was it Empress Dowager Zhuang, who else could it be? Who would target imperial concubine Rui Wang? Thinking of something, Prince Ning said, Father Emperor, since the young divine doctor's identity is so special, Could it be that the assassin yesterday was not targeting third sister and was instead targeting her? Targeting the young divine doctor? The emperor's expression immediately became cold. It was so cold that it was a little frightening. It was even more frightening than when Prince Ning had told him that imperial concubine Rui Wang had been attacked. Prince Ning was secretly shocked. Was the daughter of Marquis Dingen's manor that important to Father Emperor? More important than his own daughter-in-law and the unborn imperial grandson? Jiyu Jiao ate lunch at Renshou Palace before leaving. Right before leaving, Jiyu Jiao asked Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Grandaunt, have you heard of Xianla residence?" Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and thought for a while. "I can't remember." Empress Dowager Zhuang's memories had been restored, but only the majority had been restored. There were still some memories that were missing. Because of this, Empress Dowager Zhuang could not guarantee that she had never heard of it, or that she had forgotten after hearing it. "Jiao Jiao, do you want to inquire about this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Jiyu Jiao replied, "No, just casually asking." Grandaunt does not need to inquire. So as to avoid inadvertently alerting the enemy. For Xianla residents to know about the Chen country's assassination, it meant that Yuan Tang had some dealings with Xianla residents. Yuan Tang knew the emperor's whereabouts like the back of his hand, so he must have spies in the palace. But whether the spies were arranged by Yuan Tang himself or through Xianla residents, it was unknown. When the limelight passed, she would go to Xianla residence again. Jiyu Jiao returned to the medical hall. Liu Yisheng was also there. He waited for a long time. Xiao Sanzi whispered, "He made a special trip to wait for you." "I know." Jiyu Jiao nodded and called Liu Yisheng into the examination room. Liu Yisheng said, "I'm not here to ask for medical advice. I'm here to tell you that yesterday's assassination has nothing to do with Yuan Tang." "Okay." Jiyu Jiao nodded. Liu Yisheng was stunned. If you don't ask me, how do I know it has nothing to do with him?" "Evidence. Proof." Jiyu Jiao said, "You said it has nothing to do with him. I believe you." That was all. There was no need for evidence and no need to explain other reasons. Liu Yisheng suddenly choked. "I believe you." Ever since the destruction of the Liu family, he had never heard these words again. Why? Why did she believe him? Why did she never doubt him? Jiyu Jiao did not speak. He got up and left. But when he had already walked out, he paused. Be careful." Jiyu Jiao watched his departing figure and thought of the dream she had when she returned to the Marquis's mansion. "Why did I believe you? Because I only gave you a bowl of water, but you collected my corpse and buried my bones." Chapter 317. In the afternoon, a soldier came to the barracks to pass on a message for Dr. Lu. "There seems to be a problem with the golden saw medicine in the barracks. Dr. Lu would like to invite you over." This was a big matter. The medicine shipped to the barracks was not just a few bottles, but hundreds and thousands of bottles. If something went wrong, thousands of lives would be lost. "I'll go too," the second boss said. Jiyu Jiao nodded and got on the carriage with the second boss to the barracks. Medical officer Lu waited anxiously in the military tent for a long time. When he finally saw Jiyu Jiao lift the curtain and enter, he took a few steps forward and said, "Miss Jiyu, quickly come and take a look." After I gave him the golden wound medicine from your medical hall, he became like this. As Dr. Lu spoke, he brought Jiyu Jiao to a wooden bed for a wounded soldier. This bed was very narrow, just enough for a patient to lie down. The wounded soldier was about 17 or 18 years old. His leg was injured, but his face was red and swollen. He had fainted and his breathing was not smooth. Jiyu Jiao took out a stethoscope from the small medicine box and listened to his heart rate. She then unbuttoned his clothes and checked his body. Did his face become red and swollen and he fainted after using the golden saw medicine? Yes. Dr. Lu said, "He accidentally cut his leg with a sword. I saw that the injury was not serious, so I didn't stitch him up. I only cleaned it up and applied some golden saw medicine. But in the time it took me to go to the toilet, he fainted on the ground and became like this. He doesn't have it on him." Jiyu Jiao paused and closed his clothes. Let me see the golden sore medicine he used. Dr. Lu handed the half-used bottle of golden sore medicine to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao first sniffed it, then dipped it in a little and smeared it on her injured palm. Aya! The second boss did not have time to stop her. This girl was too fast. Jiyu Jiao did not have any adverse reactions. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the golden sore ointment. Could it be that he's allergic to something? The second boss asked. It doesn't look like it, Jiyu Jiao said. Did you eat something bad? The second boss asked again. It doesn't look like it either. Jiyu Jiao's gaze fell on the patient's swollen face. She thought of something and went to the patient's head. She bent down and untied the patient's headband. She began to carefully examine the patient's hair and scalp, not letting go of a single hair stubble. I found it. It's here. Jiyu Jiao pushed aside the patient's hair near the Baihui acupoint. The second boss and Dr. Lu came over and took a closer look. It was a small red bag. The second boss said, "This is." Jiyu Jiao took out a blade from the small medicine box. It's a poisonous bug. A very powerful bug. The weather was hot. The Tiger Mountain Barracks was located at the foot of the mountain, so poisonous insects and snakes were not rare. Every year, many soldiers were bitten, but it was the first time Medical Officer Lu had encountered one that had bitten into his hair. He blushed with shame. He was careless and misunderstood the medical center. Jiyu Jiao treated the patient's wound and applied anti-inflammatory and anti-allergic ointment. The poisonous bugs coming down from the mountain are very powerful. You have to be careful in the future. Speaking of this, Medical Officer Lu sighed. In fact, I often remind them, but you don't know. This group of men are very afraid of the heat. They would rather sleep naked at night and be bitten by mosquitoes than hang a curtain. Thank you for today's matter, Miss Jiyu. If you hadn't come in time, I don't know what would have happened to this patient. After thanking her, Medical Officer Lu did not forget to apologize. The second boss said it was okay. The matter was solved. Jiyu Jiao and the second boss should leave. I'm going to the outhouse. You get on the carriage first. The second boss said to Jiyu Jiao. Okay. Jiyu Jiao walked out of Medical Officer Lu's tent and walked out of the barracks. When she passed by an open tent, as if it was attracted, her eyes could not help but look at the tent. With just a glance, her footsteps stopped. It was actually a small armory. There were all kinds of cold weapons inside. And among these cold weapons, there was a majestic red tasseled spear. It was a little longer than the one the old Marquis bought and gave to her from the martial arts school. The material was a little heavier, but the spearhead was really beautiful, with a sharp cold light. The red tasseled spear was also bright, like the blood of the enemy. Some factors in Jiyu Jiao's bones began to stir again. She walked in and took the red tasseled spear. It was heavy and thick. She casually practiced a few moves. Every move was full of murderous intent. She liked it so much. She fondled the red tasseled spear in her hand. Wow! Who is it? Accompanied by a dignified voice, the old Marquis walked in with his hands behind his back and a solemn expression. When he saw that the person who broke into the tent was Jiyu Jiao, his eyes turned cold. What is a woman like you doing in a place like this? Put it down. Is this something you can touch? Jiyu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She curled her lips and unwillingly put the spear back. The old Marquis looked at her resentful expression and his brows wrinkled. Ah, she felt wronged. Didn't he warn her not to come to this kind of place? Why did you come to the military camp again? The old Marquis asked in a cold voice. There's something going on in the medical center, Jiyu Jiao said. The old Marquis coldly said, if you want to be a female doctor, then obediently stay in the medical center. Don't show your face in public all day. The status of a female doctor was low. It was already shameful for a noble marquis's daughter to be a female doctor. How could she run to a group of men all day? Today's old man was not cute. Jiyu Jiao looked at him with disdain. She did not say a word and walked out with an expressionless face. This girl, the old Marquis was angered by Jiyu Jiao's look of disdain. This is not a place where women like you can come. After his anger subsided, the old Marquis's gaze fell on the red tasseled spear. He was used to using the 9-section whip and longsword, so he did not have much interest in spears and lances. But with that girl's interference, he could not help but look at the red tasseled spear a few more times. Don't say it. It was quite impressive. Actually, this red tasseled spear had a history. It was originally the weapon of the Yang country's famous general, Shen Yuan Li. Shen Yuan Li gave it to the Chen country's king, and the Chen country's king gave it to the Chen country's Wu Marquis. When the two armies fought, Marquis Shen Ping killed the Chen country's Wu Marquis and took the other side's weapon for himself. When the Chen country's king surrendered, he hoped to take back the red tasseled spear. His Majesty agreed, but Marquis Shen Ping shamelessly refused to give it back. It was not completely true that he liked it. Didn't he just throw it into the armory to collect dust? Normal people could not use this red tasseled spear. First, it was too heavy and hard to control. Second, they were worried that Marquis Shen Ping would suddenly remember it and ask them for it back. He was really capable of doing such a thing. The old Marquis held the red tasseled spear in his hand and played with it a few times. Suddenly, he thought of his sworn little brother. He inexplicably felt that his little brother Ji would like this red tasseled spear. What was going on? However, little brother Ji was too young. He did not know if he would be able to control this kind of Yang country's heavenly weapon that had been used with a blood blade and had a strong murderous aura. Coming out of the military camp, the second master said, "I won't be going back to the medical center in a while. I have to go to little brother-in-law's house." He told Xiao Sanzi the address, and coincidentally, it was not too far from Immortal Music House. Jiyu Jiao's original plan was to wait for the limelight to die down before going to Immortal Music House. But now that they were already at the door, it seemed that there was no harm in going. After the second master got off the carriage, Jiyu Jiao took out the men's clothing that was prepared in the carriage and changed into it. She also put on the mask. "Okay, just stop here." Jiyu Jiao said to Xiao Sanzi, "I will walk there myself." "Okay." Xiao Sanzi agreed. Jiyu Jiao got off the carriage, crossed a street, and arrived at the entrance of Immortal Music House. But Immortal Music House was closed. Jiyu Jiao was puzzled. She stopped a young man who was selling oranges on the side of the road and asked, "Why is Immortal Music House closed?" The young man said, "I heard that today is Immortal Music House's courtesan's birthday. Immortal Music House closed the door for a day and rented the largest pleasure boat on the lake to celebrate her birthday. If you want to see them, go to Lee Lake. I don't know if the boat has left yet. Many thanks." Jiyu Jiao thanked him. It was good that they did not close the business and run away. She would not go to the pleasure boat. She would come back another day. Jiyu Jiao turned around and walked back. She was used to walking on the right side of the road. The left side that she came from was now her right side. When she walked halfway, she saw an old beggar lying on the side of the road. The old beggar had fallen asleep and his face was covered with a tattered straw hat. In front of him was a chessboard. The chessboard was very old. It was drawn on a wooden board and the chess pieces were made of stone. They were randomly smeared with ink to make them black chess pieces. On the edge of the chessboard, there was a rag with a stone. On the rag, there was a line of crooked words, "One game, one tail." The implication was that one had to pay one tael to play a game of chess with him. The people passing by all laughed at this beggar for being crazy. He was offering one tael to see if anyone was willing to play with him. There was also a line of crooked words, "One loss, 10 taels." In other words, whoever won against him would be able to take 10 taels of silver from him. Everyone wanted to laugh even more. Did a stinky beggar know how to play chess? Still boasting shamelessly, 1 loss, 10 taels. Who did he think he was? The chess saint of the 6 countries? Besides, with his poor appearance, they were afraid that he did not even have 10 copper coins on him. This was a madman. Jiyu Jiao looked at the chessboard, took a black chess piece from the chess box, and placed it down. Then, she left. The old beggar slept until the sun was setting in the west before he woke up. Today was another day that he did not open for business. The old beggar yawned. Just as he was about to pack up his things and go back, he saw that the chessboard he had placed outside had been touched. He thought that it was another child who was bored. But when he took a closer look, he was dumbfounded. His chessboard had been broken by someone. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. https://www. Chapter 318. The Imperial Palace. The moon was above the branches. The Crown Prince consort sat on the floor that gave off a faint woody fragrance. In front of her was a short long table with a chessboard on it. The Crown Prince consort did not like crowds. The Eastern Palace was usually very quiet and would only be noisy when Qin Chuyu was present. However, Qin Chuyu had moved to the Emperor's Pure Flowers Palace these days. The Eastern Palace was as quiet as water again. The palace servants stood by the Crown Prince consort's side. They looked down and did not make a sound. Suddenly, with a clap, a chess piece landed on the chessboard. The Crown Prince consort smiled in relief. It's done. Only then did the palace servants dare to look at her. The personal female official asked with a smile, "Crown Prince consort, what is done?" The Crown Prince consort smiled. "I finally solved this chess game." "Which game did you solve?" The Crown Prince strode into the room. The female official and the palace servants all bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince consort also wanted to stand and bow, but the Crown Prince quickly walked up and stopped her. The Crown Prince held her hand and sat down next to her. He looked at the chessboard on the table and said, "You played again." "I had nothing to do, so I played casually," the Crown Prince consort said. The Crown Prince said with a smile, "We see that you play every day. Do you like playing chess that much? You spend more time looking at the chessboard than you do with us." The Crown Prince consort said warmly, "Crown Prince is joking." "We are not joking. We are really jealous." Although the Crown Prince said this, his gaze and actions towards the Crown Prince consort were full of affection. He held her hand tightly and asked, "You still have not answered our question. What game did you solve?" The Crown Prince really did not have much interest in playing chess, but if it was related to the Crown Prince consort, then he would be very attentive. The Crown Prince consort used her other hand that was not held by him to point at the chessboard and said, "It's this, the Kuan game." The Crown Prince stilled. "Kuan game? Which Kuan game?" "Sir Meng's Kuan game." In the chess world, it seemed that only Mr. Meng's game could be called a Kuan game. No matter how much the Crown Prince disliked playing chess, he had heard of old Mr. Meng's reputation. He was undoubtedly the chess sage of the Six Nations. He had set up countless chess games in his life, of which the 8 chess games were the most famous. Very few could solve them, but the Crown Princess had solved the first game at the age of 13. In the next few years, she solved 5 more rounds. This kind of achievement was rare even in the Six Nations, especially when she was so young. The chess expert of Jin Nation was already over 40 years old and had solved 6 games. However, he still couldn't solve the last 2 games, Qian and Kuan. The Crown Prince held her hand tightly in excitement and looked into her beautiful eyes. "Linlang, you've done something that no woman in the world has ever done. No, you've done something that no one else in the world has ever done. Even men can't compare to you." The Crown Princess lowered her head and smiled shyly. "While I was injured, I concentrated on studying chess in the Eastern Palace. Speaking of which, it was a blessing in disguise." The Crown Prince said seriously, "Where? Other people wouldn't be able to figure it out even if they studied it for a lifetime. You've solved it in just a few months." "No, this is such a pleasant surprise. I have to report it to Imperial Father." The Crown Prince did as he said. He really went to find the Emperor immediately. The Emperor was diligent. He ate and slept all day and night. It was already late at night, but he was still reviewing memorials in the Imperial study. His expression didn't change much when he saw the Crown Prince. He just pinched his tired forehead and asked, "Why are you here so late?" There was a small couch for the Emperor to rest on behind the screen. At this moment, there was an even snoring sound. Apparently, Qin Chuyu was tired from playing in the Imperial study and fell asleep on the couch. The Crown Prince looked away and asked, "Imperial Father, Do you want me to bring little Chi back? I don't want to disturb you. That little snoring was too rhythmic. The emperor said, no need. Tell me, what is it? It's like this. Lin Lang solved old Mr. Meng's chess game just now. The crown prince couldn't hide his pride. It was the Kuan game. The emperor's hand paused as he read the memorials. Surprise flashed across his eyes. Really? Really? If imperial father doesn't believe me, you can call Lin Lang here. The crown prince patted his head with a smile. I left in a hurry and forgot to bring the chessboard. Guards, go to the Eastern Palace and bring the crown princess's chessboard here. Yes. A eunuch outside the imperial study answered. The eunuch quickly brought the chessboard and presented it to the emperor with both hands. The emperor's chess skills were much better than the crown prince's. He looked at the game on the chessboard and immediately understood the mystery. He couldn't hide the amazement in his eyes. So that's how it was solved. Why didn't I think of it? The crown prince smiled with pride. Imperial father, you are busy every day and don't have much time to play chess. Lin Lang has been recuperating in the Eastern Palace these days. When she has time, she carefully studied chess. These words were not only to excuse the emperor, but also to praise Lin Lang's excellence. She didn't solve the game before because she didn't have time. Now that she had time, she solved the Kuan game in just 1 or 2 months. Who else in the world was so smart? Perhaps his cousin who had passed away was one. His cousin solved Elder Meng's first game when he was 10 years old. Unfortunately, he died young. However, even if he was alive, he might not be able to do better than Lin Lang. Lin Lang had already solved the Kuan game. Not to mention that Lin Lang was a woman. There was no woman more outstanding than Lin Lang in the world. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. He had some reservations about this daughter-in-law in the past. After all, she was once engaged to Xiao Heng. However, the crown prince insisted on marrying her. Moreover, she was indeed very talented and Empress Xiao liked her very much. Thus, the emperor agreed to this marriage. In the years after they got married, the crown prince improved rapidly. He grew from a reckless and ignorant boy to a reserved and steady man. The crown princess played a big part in this. Yes. The emperor couldn't hide his praise. The crown princess did well. Imperial father, she is the first person in the 6 countries, right? The crown prince asked tentatively. The emperor nodded with a smile. Of course. Other than Elder Meng, your wife is the first person to solve the Kuan game. I will write a letter to each country to announce this great news. The crown prince cupped his hands and smiled. This son congratulates imperial father. There was no national boundary in learning and chess. This was not only the crown princess's glory, but also the entire Zhao nation's glory. The emperor was overjoyed. I will think about how to reward you. You are basking in her glory again. The crown prince straightened his back and said, this son has good taste and found a wife who brings good fortune to my husband. The emperor laughed. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. The memorial he received just now was related to the Eastern Palace urging the crown prince to take in more concubines and expand the imperial family's bloodline. However, the crown princess suddenly made him proud, so the emperor temporarily suppressed this memorial. The next day, after Jiyu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the directorate, she went directly to the medical center. When she passed by the female school, she heard about the crown princess solving the chess game. Did you hear? The crown princess solved Elder Meng's game? Didn't the crown princess solve it long ago? Yeah, not the 6th game, but the 7th game of the Kuan game. Ah, she even solved the Kuan game? Didn't they say that no one can solve the 2 games of heaven and earth? That's why the crown princess isn't human at all. She's an immortal. Of course, there were also those who were still brooding over the crown princess's broken bridge accident on the first day of the new year. Why are you so happy that she solved it? It's as if you solved the chess game. Moreover, how do you know if she really solved it or not? How can this kind of thing be faked? Just wait and see. It will be posted on the imperial list soon. Jiyu Jiao's expression was indifferent as she walked past the girls who were quarreling. She had no feelings for the crown princess and had no interest in her glory and achievements. She had recently obtained some saltpeter and wanted to try making something. She had never done it before, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. She poured out the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal and placed them on the ground. She wanted to make gunpowder. She needed weapons to make up for her lack of martial strength. Before she recovered the strength of her previous life, she really needed something powerful. If she had gunpowder last time when the assassination happened on the cliff, she wouldn't have been forced to almost fall off the cliff. Gunpowder was one of the 4 great inventions of ancient times, but gunpowder didn't seem to have appeared in this fictional dynasty. With the raw materials she could currently find, she could only make black gunpowder. It wasn't as effective as yellow gunpowder and it wasn't a powerful explosive, but it was still much more powerful than silver needles and darts. Jiyu Jiao had a rough idea of the raw materials, but she wasn't sure about the ratio. The slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. A small change in the dosage could cause the black gunpowder's power to greatly decrease. So she had to be patient and try. The charcoal didn't have any smell and the sulfur was tolerable. But this saltpeter, the second boss used his sleeve to cover his nose as he came to Jiyu Jiao's small courtyard. Little Jiyu what is this? Saltpeter. Jiyu Jiao said. Seeing that the second boss didn't seem to understand, she changed her words. Yuan, it's soil with bird droppings. The second boss, the corner of the second boss's mouth twitched. What do you want to do with bird droppings? Jiyu Jiao said, boil. The corner of the second boss's mouth twitched again. He looked at Jiyu Jiao with an indescribable expression. It's not boiling, right? Boiling in a pot. Jiyu Jiao nodded. Yuan, it has to be boiled to get the saltpeter. After filtration, it will be made into saltpeter. You came at the right time. Help me boil it. The second boss's whole body felt unwell. You're a young girl. You can boil anything, but you have to boil bird droppings. Saltpeter is clean. Jiyu Jiao said. I don't care, I don't want to boil bird droppings. After a quarter of an hour, the second boss miserably held a stick and began to boil bird droppings as if there was nothing left to live for. After boiling, the white foam was scooped out and filtered with gauze. Then, it was wrapped and buried in the ashes. The weather was hot, and the water evaporated very quickly. In the afternoon, a few heavy bags of saltpeter were ready. The saltpeter made by Jiyu Jiao was sparkling and translucent, with a faint white color. Jiyu Jiao was very satisfied. She looked at the second boss, whose face was full of disgust, and said, saltpeter is actually a very good medicinal material. The second boss, don't tell me you gave it to me before. Yuan. Jiyu Jiao nodded seriously. Last time you had indigestion, I gave you a bag of white powder. Did you forget? So he ate bird droppings at that time? Ah. Let him die on the spot. The second boss was deeply shocked. He was carried back to his room by Xiao Sanzi to rest. Jiyu Jiao let the maid clean up the scene. According to the ratio of 50% saltpeter, 30% sulfur, and 20% charcoal, she mixed a black powder. Last time, little Dudu came in handy. She filled it with water and wrapped it in cloth to make a simple airbag. She put the airbag on her body and put on a helmet. After igniting it, she found that the blasting effect was not ideal. Jiyu Jiao raised the ratio of saltpeter and lowered the ratio of sulfur. Then, she was blown away. Marquis Shen Ping rarely passed by here today, so he wanted to see his daughter-in-law. The main reason was that last time he went to see his daughter-in-law in Bishire Alley, he met little Jing Kong. He was so abused that he did not even remember what he was doing. Today, he was smart. He did not go to Bishire Alley, but went directly to the medical center. This way, he would not let the little monk disturb him. He walked through the hall and came to Jiyu Jiao's courtyard. But what did he see? On a lush branch, Jiyu Jiao was tied up by a pile of cloth strips. She was wrapped like a small silkworm cocoon. She was hanging on a branch, making creaking sounds. Only her small head was exposed, and her expression was cold. Marquis Shen Ping could not help but laugh. Some people did not change their nature. They were obviously here to win people over, and they even thought of their lines on the way here. But when they saw Jiyu Jiao's miserable and cold appearance, they wanted to bully her again. Marquis Shen Ping raised his head and smiled. "Little girl, do you want to come down? Call me father, and I'll put you down." Jiyu Jiao ignored him. She turned around and turned the back of her head to him, but she used too much strength and turned too big, so she turned back to her original position. Marquis Shen Ping looked at that cold little face and laughed until his body was shaking. If someone else laughed like this, they would have been greasy enough to make people want to beat them up. But Marquis Shen Ping was born handsome, and his smile was still pleasing to the eye. Jiyu Jiao looked at his handsome face and hesitated for a moment. Her expression softened slightly, and she asked coldly, "What do you want me to call you?" Marquis Shen Ping raised his eyebrows. "Father." Jiyu Jiao nodded. "Yes. Marquis Shen Ping." Chapter 319. Marquis Shen Ping was hurt again. Were all kids these days so good at making people angry? Marquis Shen Ping clutched his chest. He was the Marquis of Shen Ping who could choke people to death without paying for it. He was invincible in the capital, so why was he being choked one after another here? Marquis Shen Ping couldn't remember what he was here for. He asked Chang Jing to put him down and left with a sad expression. It was time to end the shift in Hanlin Academy. Attendant Yang had recently asked for leave. He didn't have much work to do and there weren't many people who could share his workload. Among them, Xiao Liulang and Prince and were mainly responsible for teaching the scholars. Originally, Attendant Yang was responsible for mathematics and agriculture. Scholar Han asked them to choose one subject each. Prince An chose mathematics because he wasn't born and raised in the countryside and wasn't as experienced as Xiao Liulang in farming. Xiao Liulang didn't say anything and happily took over the agriculture class. He didn't have much experience in farming. When he was in the countryside, Jiyu Jiao had a few acres of land. Unfortunately, he and Jiyu Jiao didn't know how to farm and it was later abandoned. He wasn't as experienced in farming as little Jing Kong. At least little Jing Kong watered the vegetable garden every day and caught insects. Occasionally, he would follow Jiyu Jiao to weed. In order to teach this class well, Xiao Liulang had been learning how to farm recently. After the shift, he planned to go home and farm. Ning Jiyuan quietly came over and winked, drinking. "Do you want to go?" "No." Xiao Liulang refused without hesitation. After saying that, he realized something was wrong and looked at him strangely. "Why are you going to drink too?" In his impression, Ning Jiyuan wasn't the kind of person who indulged in wine and women. Ning Jiyuan sighed. "Isn't it because I want to enter the inner circle? Do you think I want to go? You've been giving lectures to the Crown Prince recently, and Attendant Yang has taken leave to stay at home. I don't think everyone is so blatantly targeting you anymore. Do you want to take this opportunity to win over a few people?" Xiao Liulang paused. "No, I'm going back to farm." Ning Jiyuan, Xiao Liulang left the Hanlin Academy. It wasn't too far from the Hanlin Academy to the Xuanwu Avenue. It only took half an hour to walk by the shortcut. After passing through the Imperial College, one would arrive at the vicinity of the Jadewater Alley. When he arrived at the Imperial College, he thought of something. After some hesitation, he decided to go to Minghui Hall. Outside the Radiant Hall, he unexpectedly met a familiar face, Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie had once been the substitute chancellor, and Xiao Liulang had suffered a lot from Zhang Xie when he was studying at the Imperial College. Now, the old chancellor had put them back on for him. Zhang Xie stood at the door as punishment. It was as embarrassing as it could get. Zhang Xie was a fourth-rank official. His rank was higher than Xiao Liulang's. Xiao Liulang saluted him with cupped hands and then went in. Zhang Xie looked at Xiao Liulang entering the Radiant Hall that he couldn't enter so easily. He felt so wronged that he was about to cry. "Why are you here today?" The old chancellor was reading papers. Seeing him come over, he put down his pen. "Sit down." Xiao Liulang sat down on the cushion opposite the old chancellor. I'm here today to ask you about someone. Oh, who do you want to ask about? The old chancellor asked. Someone from the palace, Xiao Liulang said. The old chancellor's expression became serious. Why do you suddenly want to ask about someone from the palace? Xiao Liulang hesitated for a moment and said, the person who poisoned me back then might not be Empress Dowager Zhuang. The old chancellor's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he almost stood up from the table. I knew it wasn't her. Xiao Liulang gave him an incomparably weird look. The old chancellor coughed lightly and sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, what I mean is, if she really wanted to kill you, she had countless chances to do so this year. Xiao Liulang said, she doesn't remember me. The old chancellor. Why is it so hard to refute? Cough, cough. Anyway, it doesn't seem like her. If she wants to kill someone, why would she leave any traces behind? He would never admit that he had any selfish motives. He and Zhuang Jin's had a pure monarch and subject relationship. Did you remember something? The old chancellor went back to the topic. Xiao Liulang nodded. He didn't say that he was stimulated by an unspeakable dream. I suddenly remembered that there was a mole on that person's left wrist. A mole on the left wrist. The old chancellor stroked his beard thoughtfully. I can still recall a mole on the face, but the wrist, back then, he was highly regarded by the late emperor and often went in and out of Pure Flower's palace. Occasionally, he would bump into the concubines and palace maids. However, he wasn't the emperor after all and couldn't lift up the sleeves of the concubines or palace maids to look at their wrists. He originally wanted to say that he could ask his grandaunt, but when he was about to say it, he remembered that Zhuang Jin's had lost a lot of memories. Besides, even if she didn't lose her memories, she wouldn't pay attention to whether or not someone had a mole on their wrist as the Empress Dowager. Was it a eunuch or a woman? The old chancellor asked. A woman, Xiao Liulang said. It was a woman's voice, but he couldn't recall whose voice it was. He didn't even have an impression of whether it was old or young, crisp or soft. The only thing that was deeply engraved in his mind was that mole on the left wrist. A palace made from more than 10 years ago. The old chancellor sank into deep thought. After a while, he grabbed his collar with a headache. I know a person who knows the people in the palace very well. She's from the Shong Palace Bureau and often makes clothes for people. You can go and find her. Xiao Liulang looked at him with a puzzled face. Then your expression is, this. The old chancellor wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, I'll go home with you. You can take the token and find her. I don't know if she still recognizes it after so many years. The old chancellor and Xiao Liulang left Minghui Hall. Coincidentally, the elementary school of the Imperial College was also about to end. The two waited for little Jing Kong to go home together. Little Jing Kong curled his lips. Why did brother-in-law come today? Why didn't you come from Jiaojiao? Xiao Liulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Someone came to pick you up and you still don't like it. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, if you buy me candid haws, I won't dislike you. Xiao Liulang. You can continue to dislike me. Little Jing Kong. The two of them arrived home. Jiyu Jiao hadn't come back yet. Xiao Liulang narrowed his eyes and his eyes fell on little Jing Kong who was sitting on the threshold eating a peach cake. Do you want to go to the palace to see your grandaunt? He was a foreign minister, so it was easy to arouse suspicion if he directly went to the palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, it was much easier if he used the identity of little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't expect that he would be used as a tool one day. He raised his face that was covered in snacks and nodded with the same serious expression as Jiyu Jiao's. Yes. Xiao Liulang smiled. Good boy. The aunt that Xiao Liulang wanted to see was surnamed Zhong. She was now old enough to be a nanny and was in charge of the Department of Palace Affairs. Before leaving, the old chancellor repeatedly told him, you, ask Empress Dowager first. If Empress Dowager doesn't remember you, then go to see her. The implication was that unless it was absolutely necessary, he shouldn't disturb this old friend. Xiao Liulang looked at him strangely. Is it? Master's wife? What master's wife? How could it be? The old chancellor almost jumped out of anger. Don't talk nonsense. But he and Manager Zhong did indeed have a little secret that couldn't be revealed to others. Ari, he hoped that she had already forgotten about that matter. Xiao Liulang took little Jing Kong and got on the carriage to the palace. Little Jing Kong was so excited that his little head shook, which was exactly the same as Jiyu Jiao's happy look. People who had lived together for a long time would gradually imprint each other's expressions and habits, as if they were originally a family. The carriage continued to move forward. When it passed by the government office, the street was suddenly congested. What happened? Liu Quan craned his neck and asked. A passing directorate supervisor said, "You don't know yet. Someone solved old Master Meng's chess game." Ordinary people didn't know much about it, but almost all scholars had heard of old Master Meng's chess game. There were 8 chess games that shocked the 6 countries and the world. Among the 8 games, the Qian and Kuan games were the most difficult to solve. The Qian game was known as the Heaven game and was unsolvable. Before today, the Kuan game was also unsolvable. But the Crown Princess did it. She was the first person to solve the Kuan game in the 6 countries, which caused a great sensation in the academic and chess world. Everyone gathered here because the imperial notice commending the Crown Princess came out. The Zhao Kingdom was a lower kingdom, but it solved a chess game that even the 3 upper kingdoms couldn't solve. The Crown Princess really made the Zhao Kingdom proud. His Majesty has written a letter to the Yang Kingdom, right? Will old Master Meng be shocked when he gets the news? Maybe he will personally guide the Crown Princess in chess. The scholar said with joy, but he didn't notice that Xiao Liulang had put down the curtain. In the crowd in front, an old beggar saw the contents of the imperial notice and shook his head. No, no. Old man, what's wrong? Someone asked. The old beggar said, it said that it was solved in the middle of the night. The scholar said, yes, what's wrong? The old beggar waved his hand. Then she's not the first person to solve the Kuan game. The scholar frowned. Hey, you old man. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How is the Crown Princess not the first person to solve the Kuan game? If the Crown Princess isn't, who is? The old beggar said seriously, the one in the evening is. Chapter 320. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Forget it. Why are you arguing with an old beggar? He looks like a lunatic. This is not a good place to be. Another young man pulled the scholar's sleeve and pointed at his own head, indicating that the scholar should not argue with the old beggar. On the surface, it seemed that the scholar was trying to stop the fight, but in fact, he was mocking the old beggar. What does a beggar on the street know? Does he know Go? Does he know what the 6 kingdoms and the 8 great chess games are? Does he understand the difficulty of the Kuan game? He is nothing. I'm not. The old beggar did not care how others looked at him. He kept repeating these words. Fortunately, most of the onlookers here were scholars. Apart from ridiculing the old beggar with words, they didn't do anything excessive like pushing or shoving the old beggar. The old beggar left while mumbling. Everyone looked at the way he was mumbling, and they were even more certain that he was a lunatic. Xiao Liulang did not like to join in the fun. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no sign of the road ahead, he asked Liu Quan to change the route. In summer, days were long and nights were short. When they arrived at the imperial palace, the sky was still bright. The imperial palace guards stopped the carriage and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Liulang, Hanlin Xiushu. Xiao Liulang thought about asking him to go to Runshou Palace to pass the message. However, he saw little Jing Kong take out a token from his pocket and said, "Here. Can we go in now?" The imperial palace guards' expressions did not change much when they heard the words Hanlin Xiushu. However, when they saw the token, they immediately changed their attitude and said respectfully, "Yes, of course." The imperial palace guards let them go and the carriage entered the imperial palace. Xiao Liulang looked at little Jing Kong in surprise and asked, "Where did you get the token?" Little Jing Kong calmly put away the token and said, "My great-aunt gave it to me. Don't you have it?" Xiao Liulang, "Of course not. Little Jing Kong counted with his fingers and said, Jiao Jiao has one too. Brother Xiaoshan and Brother Yang also have one. So he was the only one who didn't. A bolt from the blue. How would little Jing Kong know that the bad brother-in-law did not have the token given by his great-aunt? The carriage was not allowed to enter the harem, so it stopped near the throne room. Little Jing Kong jumped off the carriage and ran towards the harem. The border between the inner palace and the outer palace was also guarded by imperial bodyguards, but both of them knew little Jing Kong. They knew that he was not only a guest of the seventh prince, but also a guest of Runshou Palace, so they let him in without worry. Xiao Liulang was in a miserable state. Again he was stopped. Little Jing Kong was relieved and ran to Runshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him who sent him there. He said that it was his bad brother-in-law, so Eunuch Qin hurried over to get him. When Eunuch Qin saw Xiao Liulang for the first time, he was frightened by Xiao Liulang's appearance and almost thought that he had seen a ghost. Later he thought that it was impossible. If it was really Xiao Heng who had passed away, how could he have saved the Empress Dowager? Xiao Liulang and Eunuch Qin went to Runshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was preparing to eat. When she saw little Jing Kong, she asked the kitchen to prepare vegetables. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not surprised by little Jing Kong's sudden visit. However, she was shocked when she found out that little Jing Kong was sent by Xiao Liulang. Of course, she did not show it on her face. The kitchen was very quick. After a while, several delicate and delicious vegetables were served. Eunuch Qin moved a chair over. Little Jing Kong was small. In the countryside, such a small child would not eat at the table. He would be given a bowl and eat in the kitchen with the women. However, Jiyu Jiao did not have the habit of not eating at the table. Jiyu Jiao personally made little Jing Kong an exclusive chair. It was higher than ordinary chairs and there was a board in front of it to prevent him from falling. Xiao Liulang did not expect Runshou Palace to have such a chair. Obviously, it was not made by Jiyu Jiao. Xiao Liulang glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang and did not speak. The three of them began to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang removed the servants who served the dishes. Xiao Liulang did not know that there were special Hanlin officials who recorded the emperor's daily life until he entered the Hanlin Academy. The emperor's words and deeds, his meals, etiquette, and rules would all be recorded. The Empress Dowager and the Empress would also be recorded. These were all left in the palace's history book for future generations to review. Empress Dowager Zhuang's removal of the servants seemed to be a small matter, but in fact, it would be recorded. She would not completely ignore it. Otherwise, she would have been free to do whatever she wanted. She cared, but she still did it. However, she did not explain it verbally. If he did not become a Hanlin official, who knew what she did for them? For them. Or for little Jing Kong? Xiao Liulang lowered his eyes. Forget it. Why should he care about this? He was not here to share the happiness of family with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong was. He was here for business. Runshou Palace had been expanded twice. It was even bigger than the Crown Prince's East Palace. Little Jing Kong began his exploration after eating. Wow! What a tall swing! As soon as little Jing Kong entered the side hall, he saw a super big swing that was 3 times taller than the one in the East Palace. When he swung, he wished he could see the whole palace. I want to play. I want to play. He was eager to try. Eunuch Qin called 2 palace masters to play with little Jing Kong on the swing. Xiao Liulang came to Runshou Palace when he was a child. He was poisoned in the courtyard of this side hall. However, after so many years, even if he revisited the old place, it would not trigger any more memories. However, he was sure of one thing. There was absolutely no such thing as a swing in Runshou Palace in the past. Because Empress Dowager Zhuang did not like children. Xiao Liulang soon found that there were not only swings in Runshou Palace. There were also a lot of wood waiting to be carved, jade for people to play with, and precious medicinal materials collected from all over the world. Jiyu Jiao and his 3 brothers all had their own things. However, Xiao Liulang did not have anything. Xiao Liulang said don't care in his mind. However, a faint strange emotion unconsciously rose in his heart. He did not know what it was. In short, he did not feel good. Xiao Liulang tried hard to ignore the strange feeling in his heart. He turned to look for eunuch Qin. However, he caught a glimpse of Empress Dowager Zhuang sitting on a rattan chair and drinking tea leisurely. Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at little Jing Kong. Xiao Liulang sighed. As expected, not only did he not have a token, he did not have anything that belonged to him. He could not even get a glance from her. Forget it. He did not care. Eunuch Qin brought a plate of fresh fruits over. He smiled at Xiao Liulang and said, "Xiao Liulang, I saw that you did not eat much just now. Is the food in Runshou Palace not to your taste?" Eunuch Qin had stayed in by Shui Alley before. Naturally, he knew how much Xiao Liulang ate. Xiao Liulang said as if nothing had happened, "No, the food is very good. It's just that the weather is too hot. I can't eat much." Eunuch Qin said, "This servant guessed that it would be like this. This is freshly cut honeydew. It has been iced. There is also sour plum soup. They are all appetizing. Xiao Liulang, eat something simple first. In a while, this servant will ask the kitchen to make some of your favorite dishes." "No need." Xiao Liulang declined. I want. Little Jing Kong shouted in the air. The corner of Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. He was flying so high, but he could still hear them talking so softly. Eunuch Qin smiled and looked at him. Good. What do you want to eat?" "This servant will ask someone to make it later," little Jing Kong said anxiously. I can't remember now. I will come down and tell you later." Eunuch Qin smiled and agreed, "Okay." Xiao Liulang inadvertently glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was still drinking tea with her head lowered. It seemed that she had not looked at him from beginning to end. Xiao Liulang's heart was blocked again. Did she not like him that much? Xiao Liulang took a deep breath and decided to get down to business first. "Eunuch Qin, can I ask you about someone?" "Ah, go ahead. Do you know a palace maid or concubine with a mole on her wrist?" "Her left wrist." Eunuch Qin thought carefully and shook his head. "I don't know and have never seen." He smiled and explained, "I am a eunuch. If you ask a eunuch, I know a lot. But palace maids and concubines, I dare not keep staring at their hands." He did not ask Xiao Liulang why he wanted to ask about this. Xiao Liulang was not surprised by this answer. He didn't have much hope. Does the Empress Dowager know them? This servant will go and ask. Eunuch Qin did not say that he could ask the Empress Dowager. Since Xiao Liulang asked him, he naturally did not want to ask the Empress Dowager himself. As for whether he was embarrassed or for other reasons, it was unknown. After Eunuch Qin asked, he came to Xiao Liulang and said, "The Empress Dowager has never paid attention to it." "Then forget it. It's not a big deal." Xiao Liulang said calmly, "That's right. Is Steward Zhong of the Shong Palace Bureau in the palace today? An old friend of hers asked me to give her something from outside the palace and let me personally hand it to her." Eunuch Qin called a young eunuch. "Go to the Shong Palace Bureau and ask if Steward Zhong is on duty. If she is, invite her to Runshou Palace." Chapter 321. The young eunuch slipped away and went to the Shong Palace Bureau. Not long after, he brought manager Zhong over. Xiao Liulang was waiting for her outside of Runshou Palace. Manager Zhong was an old mema in the palace. In Zhao Country's imperial palace, there was a rule that palace maids could leave the palace when they were 25 years old. If they didn't leave, they could comb their hair and become aunts. Manager Zhong was the latter. From palace maid to aunts and then to a manager, she had given most of her life to the imperial palace. The eunuch who passed the message didn't say the specifics, so manager Zhong thought it was the Empress Dowager summoning her. She came to the entrance of Runshou Palace, and when she saw Xiao Liulang, she was shocked for a moment and then took a few steps back in fright. Because of her face, more than one person thought they saw a ghost. Manager Zhong was also old, so it was inevitable that she would be more scared. Xiao Liulang didn't take it to heart and said, My surname is Liu Lang, written by Hanlin. Xiao Liu Lang? Not Xiao. Manager Zhong was about to say the name but suddenly remembered that she was lowly and wasn't qualified to say the name of Zhao Du's young marquis. She composed herself and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Xiao Liu Lang didn't care. He took out the token that the old chancellor gave him, an inkstone that was missing a piece. When Manager Zhong saw the inkstone, her expression changed again. You. She wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment, she asked, Did Chancellor Huo ask you to come find me? Xiao Liu Lang nodded and handed the inkstone to her. Manager Zhong took the inkstone and seemed to remember something. Her gaze became complicated. I didn't think that he would come find me at this time. Is he okay? I heard that he returned to the capital and became the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Xiao Liu Lang said to her, He is fine. Manager Zhong, don't worry. Manager Zhong smiled bitterly. What do I have to worry about? Even if he was exiled to a bitter and cold place, he would not die in a foreign land. Naturally, he would take good care of himself. Xiao Liu Lang felt that the relationship between the two wasn't that simple, but it wasn't good for him to pry into other people's privacy. Manager Zhong lowered his head and looked at the inkstone in his hand. He was both angry and amused. After so many years, he still kept this lousy thing. I thought he threw it away long ago. Speaking of which, it wasn't anything valuable, so why bother keeping it? Since he let you come to me with this, it shows that he trusts you a lot. Speak, why are you looking for me? No, wait, why are you looking for me? He will never look for me again in this lifetime. Xiao Liu Lang couldn't help but sigh when he saw her face filled with so many twists and turns, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Tears flashed in Manager Zhong's eyes. She smiled and said nonchalantly, I've made a fool of myself. Tell me, what is it? Xiao Liu Lang did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, I'm here to ask Manager Zhong about a person. What person? Manager Zhong asked. Xiao Liu Lang said honestly, a person with a mole on her left wrist. She has been in the palace for more than 10 years. I don't know if she's a palace maid or an imperial concubine. It couldn't be Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was his aunt and wouldn't harm him. Moreover, Empress Xiao often hugged him and he knew what her wrist was like. Manager Zhong frowned and fell into deep thought. I don't have any impression, but I can help you find her. As long as she hasn't been let out of the palace in these years, I can help you find her. But Xiao Liu Lang understood. After all, it had been more than 10 years. Every year, there would be palace maids released from the palace. If she was one of them, then it would be like a stone sinking into the ocean. But very quickly, Xiao Liu Lang shook his head again. No, she shouldn't have been let out of the palace. Poisoning the legitimate son of Marquis Shen Ping was a serious crime. Once discovered, she would die without a doubt. If it was an imperial concubines couldn't leave the palace. If it was a palace maid, she must have been ordered by someone. If she did such an important thing for her master, how could her master let her leave the palace? She would either be killed or kept by his side to continue working for him. But after he was poisoned, he didn't hear about any palace maid who died in vain. That person was still alive. She was still alive in the palace. Manager Zhong asked, more than 10 years ago? Xiao Liu Lang said, 14 years ago. Ah. Manager Zhong seemed to think of something. He took a deep look at Xiao Liu Lang and nodded. Then you want to find the person who entered the palace 14 years ago. Okay, leave it to me. Manager Zhong took the inkstone and left. Xiao Liu Lang looked at her back gradually disappearing into the night. Somehow, he inexplicably felt that her back was a little staggered and lonely. It was late and the palace was about to close. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong said seriously, Great Aunt, you can't secretly eat candy, drink sugar water, or eat fried shortbread. I will tell Jiao Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked disgusted. I know. You talk too much. Hurry up and leave. Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back, tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. Then don't miss me too much. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, I will only miss you if I eat too much. Bam bam bam, so noisy. Xiao Liulang walked over slowly, took little Jing Kong's hand, and said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have much to talk about. They looked at each other and soon looked away. Look, she didn't even want to look at him. Take the things. Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly. Oh, I almost forgot. Little Jing Kong broke free from his bad brother-in-law's hand, ran over, picked up a brocade box on the table, and ran back. Let's go. Xiao Liulang looked at the brocade box in his arms and then looked at himself, who was empty-handed, and felt 1,000 arrows in his heart. He glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and turned her face away. He looked at the table where the brocade box was placed. There were a lot of dazzling boxes on it, but none of them belonged to him. He took a deep breath, pressed his chest, and went out with a dark face. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the two of them leaving and snorted. On the way home, little Jing Kong fell asleep in Xiao Liulang's arms. He also let go of the brocade box. Xiao Liulang held him with one hand and the brocade box with the other. He had an impulse to open the brocade box and take a look. He wanted to see what Empress Dowager Zhuang gave the little guy. Why did he have it and not him? What am I thinking? Xiao Liulang was ashamed of his childishness. He shook his head and suppressed the impulse to peek at the brocade box. He had forgotten that he was only 18 years old. He was a teenager who had yet to turn 20. He didn't need to be so mature or so calm. It was already late at night when they returned to Jadewater Alley. Madame Yarrow and Jiyu Yang had both gone to bed. Senior servant Fang and Yu Yae had also returned to the next room to rest. Jiyu Jiao was in the central room preparing the gunpowder. The ratio of the powder was almost decided, but powder alone wasn't enough. They still had to make it into a powerful weapon or concealed weapon. When she heard movement at the door, she put down what she was doing and walked out. You're back? Yes. Xiao Liulang nodded. Jiyu Jiao walked over and took little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, and put him on the bed in the west room. What is this? Xiao Liulang looked at the pile of black things on the table and asked. Jiyu Jiao walked out, thought for a while, and said, I don't know what it is. Black firecrackers? Xiao Liulang, what kind of name was that? Jiyu Jiao made the gunpowder into the size of a pellet and put it in a small improved bamboo tube. Phosphorus powder was added to the small bamboo tube. Phosphorus had a low ignition point, so it would spontaneously ignite when heated by friction. It would ignite the gunpowder in the bamboo tube and cause a small explosion. The explosion wasn't very powerful, but it was mainly used as a deterrent. However, there was also a hidden danger. What if the phosphorus powder spontaneously ignited without friction when the weather was too hot? Therefore, it still had to be improved. Jiyu Jiao said, I've boiled the water. You go wash up and sleep first. I'll be done in a while. Xiao Liulang thought she was making pills, so he didn't say anything. Jiyu Jiao continued to bury her head in the gunpowder. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, she asked, Is there anything else? Xiao Liulang opened his mouth. No. Forget it, let's find the person first. The next day was the day Xiao Liulang entered the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince. When he just entered the upper study room, he heard that something big happened in the imperial harem. A steward of the Shang Palace Bureau died in his room. The emperor was furious and immediately rushed to the imperial harem after the morning court. Which steward was it? Xiao Liulang asked an old eunuch in the upper study room. The old eunuch whispered, Steward Zhong, the emperor's clothes were all made by her. The emperor was still talking about her a few days ago. Xiao Liulang didn't know that Steward Zhong was actually a female official who was highly regarded by the emperor. The old chancellor didn't say anything. Of course, it could also be that the old chancellor didn't know. After all, it was a matter of the imperial harem. As a minister of the previous dynasty, it wasn't strange that he didn't know. However, he just looked for her last night and something happened to her today. This was very strange. Chapter 322. In Ranshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang was dealing with the backlog of official business in recent days. She was old after all, and it took a long time for her to recover from a serious illness. It was only now that she finally realized how difficult it was to recuperate in the countryside. Leprosy was not an ordinary cold. Its contagious nature alone was daunting. She didn't know why those two dared to take her in. Moreover, her family's conditions were already very poor. She didn't even know her next meal and still had to take care of a sick person. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Empress Dowager, are you thinking of the days in the countryside again? Eunuch Qin asked with a smile. Yes. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deny it. At that time, they lied to me that I had tuberculosis and told me not to go out, lest I spread the disease to the villagers. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You really believed it? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. How could I not believe it? I don't remember anything at that time. Eunuch Qin thought about it and agreed. Then, what happened later? Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled. After about 10 days to half a month, they ate at the same table as me. Ah! Eunuch Qin was surprised. You were cured in half a month? No. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. It was just that it was no longer contagious. I continued to take the medicine for half a year. Ordinary people wouldn't do this. Even if they were cured of leprosy, they would be avoided like snakes and scorpions. Miss Jiyu and Xiao Xiuzhua treated you sincerely. This servant is happy for you. Eunuch Qin's words came from the bottom of his heart. He met the Empress Dowager when she was banished to the cold palace. He was a little eunuch in the cold palace. He was chosen by the virtuous empress and was asked to serve by her side. After the virtuous empress left the cold palace, he was also taken out. In the blink of an eye, he had accompanied the Empress Dowager through ups and downs for dozens of years. There were many people who flattered the Empress Dowager, but those who truly cared for her without asking for anything in return were rare. If the Empress Dowager wasn't the Empress Dowager, then they wouldn't be the Empress Dowager Zhuang. Miss Zhuang always complained that the Empress Dowager loved Miss Jiyu more than her own family. But Miss Zhuang didn't think about it. Was she really half as sincere to the Empress Dowager as Miss Jiyu was to the Empress Dowager? He had spent most of his life alone, lonely at the top. Who would have thought that he would meet such considerate people in his twilight years? It's Xiao Xiuzhua. Eunuch Qin could also see that there was something wrong between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiao Xiuzhua. Although he was the Empress Dowager's trusted aide, the Empress Dowager didn't tell him everything. He had guessed half of the Empress Dowager's thoughts, but he could not guess the other half no matter what. Is it because he looks like the deceased young Marquis? Eunuch Qin asked cautiously. The Empress Dowager did not poison the young Marquis, but the Emperor did not believe it, Marquis Shenping did not believe it, and everyone in the world did not believe it. Perhaps even the Zhuang family thought it was the Empress Dowager's doing. The difference was that the Zhuang family would not blame the Empress Dowager. But she had always been wronged like this. When the Empress Dowager saw someone who looked so similar to the young Marquis, she was afraid that there would be a knot in her heart. Of course, this was what Eunuch Qin thought. It was unknown whether the Empress Dowager thought the same. Aijia. Empress Dowager Zhuang was about to say something when a palace maid's panicked voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, you cannot go in. I am the Son of Heaven. The whole world belongs to me. A mere Ranshou Palace has blocked me outside the door twice. Do you want to rebel? It was the Emperor's angry shout. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned impatiently and gave Eunuch Qin a look. Eunuch Qin walked out with a horsetail whisk and said to the palace maids, "You can withdraw." He then bowed to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, please come in." Humph. The Emperor coldly glared at everyone, flung his sleeves, and entered the Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. The Empress Dowager really has good means. You are not idle even when recuperating in Ranshou Palace. You just have to make things difficult for me. Does the Empress Dowager not want to see me have a day of peace? Eunuch Qin, who had chased in, looked at the Empress Dowager and then looked at the pale-faced palace maids in the room. His face became very ugly. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "You can all withdraw." "Yes." Eunuch Qin and the palace maids withdrew. Empress Dowager Zhuang expressionlessly looked at the emperor and threw the booklet in her hand on the table. "What are you doing?" The emperor sneered. "I should ask the Empress Dowager this question. What is the Empress Dowager doing? Is it not enough for you to listen to politics from behind the curtain? Is it not enough to control half of the country? Is it not enough to force my mother to go to the nunnery? How much more vicious do you want to be? Do you have to kill everyone around me one by one?" Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. "Who did I kill?" "Ha." The emperor stood in front of the desk and looked at the dignified Empress Dowager Zhuang. "What is the Empress Dowager singing? You have already done it and you still don't dare to admit it. Haven't you and I already fallen out? There is no need to feign civility." Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes flashed with coldness, but her expression was still indifferent. "I have done too much. I don't know which thing you are referring to." The emperor angrily laughed. "You finally admit it. You are a crazy and vicious woman. Whatever you have, you can come at me. Why did you kill Manager Zhong? How did she provoke you?" "Manager Zhong?" Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned strangely. The emperor angrily pointed at Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Stop pretending. Last night, Manager Zhong was summoned to Runsho Palace by the Empress Dowager. When she went back, she hanged herself. Empress Dowager, do you dare to say that she was not killed by you?" Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered, raised her eyes slightly, and curled her lips. "So what if I killed her?" She slowly stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and walked towards the emperor step by step. "Can you cripple me or kill me? Even if Ijia kills everyone around you, what can you do to Ijia? You vicious woman." The emperor raised his hand. "Your Majesty." Xiao Liulang quickly walked in, threw away his crutches, held the emperor's hand, and shielded Empress Dowager Zhuang behind him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was startled when she saw the young man suddenly blocking in front of her. The young man's body was thin and his legs were not good, but he did not hesitate to block the emperor's courage. The emperor was unable to restrain his anger. "Xiao Liulang, get out of the way." "It's not the Empress Dowager," Xiao Liulang said solemnly. He did not move, nor did he let go. "It's not the Empress Dowager, it's this official. Last night, it was this official who called Manager Zhong over. It has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager." The emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Even you are speaking for her. Each and every one of you are all on her side. Xiao Liulang, you are the new top scorer that I personally appointed." Xiao Liulang said seriously, "This official is your Majesty's official and is your Majesty's top scorer. Because of this official does not want to see your Majesty make a mistake. Your Majesty's actions today will be recorded by historians in the future. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, and your achievements will be passed down through the ages. You cannot ruin your 100 years of reputation because of a moment of impulse." The emperor sadly and sullenly asked, "Was I wrong? Was I wrong?" Xiao Liulang said, "Your Majesty is not wrong, neither is the Empress Dowager. The one who is wrong is this official. This official shouldn't have come to find Manager Zhong. If your Majesty wants to blame someone, then blame this official. It was this official who caused her death. You. The emperor was so angry that his eyes were blood red and his entire body was trembling. Your Majesty, you have to know what happened." Eunuch Wei entered the room to persuade. His Majesty held back his emotions that could explode at any time and nodded. "All right, tell me, why are you looking for Manager Zhong? How did you cause her death?" Xiao Liulang couldn't say that he was investigating a case from 14 years ago. The timing wasn't right and there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Liulang gave it some thought and said, "This official is returning something to her on behalf of someone. When I was returning it to her, this official noticed that her emotions weren't right." This was the truth. When Manager Zhong received the broken inkstone, her emotions were indeed not right. However, Xiao Liulang didn't think too deeply about it at that time. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that there was a deeper bond and relationship between Manager Zhong and the old chancellor than he imagined. Who are you delivering it on behalf of? The emperor asked. This official can't say. Xiao Liulang said. If he didn't say, wouldn't the emperor guess? How many people in the world could make him personally deliver a message to the palace? Since this person was related to Manager Zhong, then this person must be around the same age as Manager Zhong. A name was about to come out. Summon Chancellor Hua. Let go. Do you want me to summon Chancellor Hua to the Empress Dowager's bedroom? Follow me to the Imperial Study Room. Yes. Xiao Liulang then let go of his hand. The old Chancellor was summoned into the palace. The Emperor didn't give him and Xiao Liulang a chance to make a confession. He directly asked someone to bring Xiao Liulang away and began to interrogate the relationship between Manager Zhong and the old Chancellor. The Emperor also didn't tell the old Chancellor that Manager Zhong was already dead. However, how shrewd was the old Chancellor? He could easily guess that something had happened. When an ordinary person was interrogated about their relationship with a female official in the palace, they would try their best to deny it. After all, it was a serious crime to blaspheme a female official. However, the old Chancellor felt that this matter wasn't simple. He almost didn't think much before saying that he and Manager Zhong had an unknown past. There was also a token of love between them. Last night, he asked someone to return the token to her, which could be considered as ending their relationship. If what the old Chancellor said was true, then Zhong Xiu committed suicide for love. The Emperor squinted his eyes suspiciously. Why did you end it? Is it because of the Empress Dowager? This official doesn't dare. This official is because. I don't have much time left. The old Chancellor began to pretend to be sick and act pitiful. He used all kinds of methods to pretend to be pitiful. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can call the little divine doctor. She was the one who diagnosed my terminal illness. Coming out from the Imperial Study Room, the old Chancellor saw Xiao Liulang, who had been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry to have implicated teacher, Xiao Liulang said with guilt. The old Chancellor sighed. It's not your fault. I didn't think it through. Teacher's clean reputation. The old Chancellor waved his hand. I don't have any clean reputation to speak of. Even though our relationship wasn't like what I said to your Majesty, but in the end, I still let her down. She is my wife's younger sister. His wife's younger sister was adopted and brought to another village when she was young. They only recognized each other when they grew up. Before his wife died, she pulled his hand and asked him to take good care of her only younger sister, Zhong Xiu. Zhong Xiu wanted to marry him, but he wasn't willing to marry her. In the end, she entered the palace in a fit of anger. He fought fiercely with Zhuang Jin's. In order not to implicate Zhong Xiu, he didn't let anyone know about their relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one who was exiled back then. His wife's younger sister, Zhong Xiu, would also be exiled. After all, the late emperor had ordered his whole family to be exiled. She could leave the palace when she was 25 years old. That year, she came to find me and asked again if I was willing to marry her. I said that I would take care of her for the rest of my life and treat her as my own younger sister. Then, she smashed my inkstone. After that, she was extremely regretful and compensated me with a new one, which was the one I asked you to return. When she gave it to me, I didn't hold it firmly and accidentally broke a piece. She smiled and said that we were even now. The old Chancellor sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. She definitely didn't commit suicide because of love. Her death is fishy. I've asked His Majesty for His grace to send her on her last journey. Come with me. Xiao Liulang, okay. The old Chancellor and Xiao Liulang went to the Shanggong Bureau under the company of eunuch Wei. In the previous dynasty, people in the palace who hanged themselves would bring disaster to their family. This dynasty abolished this law, but the dead couldn't be buried and could only be thrown into the wilderness. The old Chancellor gave eunuch Wei a bag of silver. Eunuch Wei refused for a long time but didn't refuse. I have already arranged it properly. The corpse will be sent to the mass grave outside the West City Gate later. You can send someone to wait there. Thank you very much, eunuch Wei. The old Chancellor expressed his gratitude. Xiao Liulang examined Zhong Xiu's corpse and found that she indeed hanged herself. There were no traces of fighting or struggle. Then, Xiao Liulang discovered a situation and he paused. "What's wrong?" The old chancellor walked over and asked. Xiao Liulang didn't say anything. Instead, he lifted Zhong Xiu's left wrist and there was a mole on it. The old chancellor was stupefied. How could it be? That's right. How could it be Zhong Xiu? Many details that were overlooked last night flashed through Xiao Liulang's mind. When Zhong Xiu first saw him, she was so frightened that she almost fell down. He thought that she was like Eunuch Qin and the others who thought that he saw a ghost. But after thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have met Zhong Xiu before. She shouldn't know him. Even if she knew him, her reaction was a little too big. When he told her that he was investigating a palace maid who had a mole on her wrist, she knew that the matter back then was exposed. However, she didn't know that it was Xiao Liulang who was investigating and only thought that the person investigating the truth was her brother-in-law, the old chancellor. The old chancellor was Xiao Heng's teacher, so it was reasonable for him to investigate Xiao Heng's death. The reason why she left in such a miserable and desolate manner was probably because she had already decided to meet her death at that moment. She used her death to atone for her sins to her brother-in-law and his disciple. She also used her death to escape from reporting this matter to the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of feelings did she have when she framed Zhuang Jin's back then? What kind of feelings did she have when she discovered that Xiao Heng, who was poisoned by her, would actually become her brother-in-law's closed-door disciple one day? The old chancellor's throat swelled with pain. "It's all for me. Zhong Xiu framed Zhuang Jins because he and Zhuang Jins didn't get along, which caused him to be exiled and almost lose his life. However, who would have expected that he and Zhuang Jins didn't become enemies in the end? Instead, Zhong Xiu sacrificed her life for nothing. Eunuch Wei had already bribed them so they could take away Zhong Xiu's belongings. Zhong Xiu's belongings were very simple. There were a few sets of clothes and a makeup box. In the box, there were a few pieces of jewelry that couldn't be any older. In the interlayer of the box, there were dozens of banknotes that were all written with the old chancellor's name. There was also the inkstone that Xiao Liulang had given her yesterday. The old chancellor's eyes were red. "Teacher," Xiao Liulang said softly. "I'm fine." Old chancellor wiped away his tears and packed Zhong Xiu's belongings into a bag. When he walked out, he staggered a little. Xiao Liulang supported him. The old chancellor's voice trembled. I'm really fine." Clang. The inkstone slid out from the bag and smashed onto the ground. The old chancellor bent down to pick it up. Xiao Liulang said, "Let me do it." He picked up the inkstone first. "I'll take it." The old chancellor didn't insist. His emotions were very complicated and his mind was in a mess. He felt that he had harmed Zhong Xiu and also Xiao Heng. He choked with sobs. "You don't blame her, you blame me. It's me, she did it for me." Xiao Liulang sighed. "If it's not her, there will be someone else. The one who is truly hateful is the mastermind." "Teacher, don't blame yourself. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. What happened last night also had nothing to do with you. Since he wanted to investigate, he would investigate to this extent no matter what." The old chancellor had only accelerated the process by establishing a relationship with Zhong Xiu for him, and it wouldn't change the outcome. Zhong Xiu's ending was already destined when she extended her poisonous hand to an innocent 4-year-old child. He could forgive her, but the heavens wouldn't. The old chancellor went to collect Zhong Xiu's corpse and Xiao Liulang didn't follow him. Forgiveness was his greatest benevolence and he wouldn't prepare for her funeral. Xiao Liulang went to Runshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to read the memorials presented by Grand Tutor Zhuang in the study room. The memorials passed through her hands once before they were returned to the ministers and presented to the emperor in the imperial court. Eunuch Qin was waiting at the side. When he saw Xiao Liulang, his eyes lit up and he said to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "The tea is cold. I will go and make a pot of hot tea." Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Xiao Liulang. From it, Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the rest of the palace servants with him. "What are you doing here?" Empress Dowager Zhuang flipped through the memorials and asked indifferently. "Passing by," Xiao Liulang said. Both of them were people who would die if they explained more. No one was willing to break the ice first. "I'm leaving." It wasn't a big deal and he just came to take a look. He always knew that the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good relationship, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. He was somewhat worried. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him and turned around. She cleared her throat and asked, "Why did you speak for me?" Xiao Liulang said indifferently, "There's no reason. Eating the monarch's salary and bearing the monarch's worries is the duty of a subject." Eunuch Qin, who was eavesdropping outside, was about to die from anxiety. What bullshit duty of a subject? Did speaking human language burn his mouth? I'm so anxious that I'm going to die." He wasn't this anxious even if the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were ice cold. After all, the Emperor was really infuriating. However, Xiao Xiuzhu was wholeheartedly devoted to the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin was really anxious that they misunderstood. They clearly cared about each other, so why did they have to act like strangers? Thud. The inkstone in Xiao Liulang's hand slipped and smashed to the ground. He bent down to pick it up and the pouch in his arms fell out. Seeing the pouch, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes moved slightly. That was a birthday gift that Empress Dowager Zhuang gave to Xiao Liulang on his birthday on New Year's Eve. There was also one in Little Jing Kong. Empress Dowager Zhuang embroidered the orchid herself, but it was too ugly and looked like weeds. Thus, she had the old chancellor improve it and embroidered it into a piece of green bamboo. Some stitches were also added to the seams. But in the end, it wasn't too good-looking. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "How can you still wear such an ugly thing? Don't you find it embarrassing? In any case, you are someone who has become an imperial Hanlin official." Xiao Liulang didn't say anything. He put the pouch back into his arms and continued to walk out. "Come back." Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth but didn't say the words on the tip of her tongue. If she didn't have such an awkward personality, she wouldn't have taken on so many scapegoats. Although she did do a lot of bad things. She threw away the booklet in her hand in annoyance. Her mood was terrible. Suddenly, Xiao Liulang, who had disappeared, came back. He came back so quickly that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even have time to restrain the annoyance in her eyes. He took a deep breath as if he had gathered some kind of courage and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I have one?" "Tchem." Empress Dowager Zhuang was stunned. Xiao Liulang clenched his fingers and his face turned red. However, he continued to gather his courage and asked, "Why don't I have one? Why didn't Ranshou Palace prepare something for me? Do you not want me anymore?" His tone was normal, but he couldn't hide the grievance in his eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart clenched. That grievance poked at her heart and made it hurt. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Ijia, thought you didn't want it." "Why don't I want?" Before he could finish, Xiao Liulang paused. "Ijia thought you didn't want it." The amount of information in this sentence was enormous. Xiao Liulang didn't want his great-aunt's things. Xiao Heng didn't want it. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew who he was. She also remembered that she had once poisoned Xiao Heng. She also knew that Xiao Heng had always been afraid of her, and hated that he couldn't stay away from her. "You didn't think?" "Ask me." Ijia thought about it, but Ijia was afraid. Empress Dowager Zhuang almost used up all her courage and face to confess her feelings. Because she cared too much, she was afraid of being rejected. Therefore, she first rejected the possibility of being rejected. She would rather take the blame 1,000 times than be honest with him. Her self-esteem was just that strong. That was how twisted she was. But the trace of grievance in Xiao Liulang's eyes completely destroyed the self-esteem she had accumulated for decades. "It's not that I don't want it." Xiao Liulang turned his face away and said in a wronged and awkward tone. He was also a stubborn person. He was also too embarrassed to say it. Moreover, he was still a child. In front of the elderly, at least. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked straight at him, her eyes shining. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Xiao Liulang walked out expressionlessly. Before he walked out of Ranshou Palace, Eunuch Qin caught up with him and said with a smile, Xiao Xiuzhua, please wait. You forgot to bring something. Xiao Liulang, I didn't. Eunuch Qin, yes. Please come with this servant to get it. Xiao Liulang was brought to a side hall of Runshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin pushed open the door and said with a smile, please. Xiao Liulang stepped inside. At a glance, the spacious side hall was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled to the brim with books. And beside the window sill where the sun was shining, there was a desk. The 4 treasures of the study on the desk emitted a faint ink fragrance. In the center of the desk was a brocade box. Eunuch Qin took the brocade box. Here. Xiao Liulang opened it and found a token of Runshou Palace lying inside. Eunuch Qin sighed. The Empress Dowager had already prepared it, but I don't know why she didn't take it out. And this side hall was also remodeled by the Empress Dowager. At first, this servant didn't understand why the Empress Dowager remodeled such a large library. Today, I finally know its purpose. They only had a small room or a small courtyard, but he had such a large library. Xiao Liulang found it hard to believe and was speechless. He didn't suspect that Eunuch Qin's words were false. After all, the token could be given, but the library couldn't be made. The smell of paint was new and strong. He stood there in a daze, like a dumbfounded little chick. It was also at this moment that the air of youth faded from his body, and he had a bit of a child's naivety and inexperience. Being forced to grow up was helplessness, but being spoiled like a child was a kind of luck and happiness. Xiao Xiuzhua. Eunuch Qin found a bundle to put the brocade box and the inkstone in. He turned his head and saw Xiao Liulang's dazed expression. He waved his hand in front of his eyes. Don't be too happy. I'm not too happy, Xiao Liulang said without changing his expression. He took the bundle and walked out with his hands and feet. Eunuch Qin, whose face was full of black lines, was speechless. Xiao Liulang walked half of Runshou Palace with his walking stick in one hand and the brocade box in the other. The palace maids and eunuchs of Runshou Palace were stunned. He looked like a dog, but why was he so retarded when he walked? Xiao Liulang had already left Runshou Palace, but he paused and turned back. He stood outside Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. He didn't go in. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. Ijar is mushy." Damn it, she already regretted saying so much just now. She must have been possessed to be defeated by this brat's grievances. If she was given another chance, she would stab him in the heart 100 times and never admit that she was afraid of being rejected by him. Xiao Liulang pursed his lips and stuck his head in from outside the door. He complained very childishly, "Great aunt, imperial tutor Zhuang bullied me." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Well, it was the first time he was so childish. He was so embarrassed that he forgot that he was still a cripple. As soon as he ran, he tripped and rolled down the steps, falling flat on the grass. Everyone, they couldn't bear to watch. Empress Dowager Zhuang's lips curled up imperceptibly. In the next second, she resumed her cold expression and said in a dignified and domineering manner, "Summon Imperial Tutor Zhuang." Chapter 323. It was inconvenient for men to enter and exit the harem. Even if they did, they had to have the emperor's imperial edict or verbal order. But obviously, Empress Dowager Zhuang had this right herself. Grand Tutor Zhuang was brought into Runshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin handled matters in a proper manner and smiled appropriately, making it difficult for people to guess the purpose of Empress Dowager Zhuang's summons. They thought it was something good. Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already been reading the memorials all morning. But because there had been a backlog for several days, there was still a portion that hadn't been approved. Empress Dowager. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled as he entered and bowed with cupped hands. Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just calmly flipped through the mountain of memorials in her hands. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hear him, so he took a step forward and said again, "Empress Dowager?" Aijia is not deaf. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. She didn't even lift her eyelids and put the memorials she had read into the pile that couldn't be presented to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed slightly. But then he thought of the news he heard this morning: one of the emperor's most valued stewards hanged himself. The emperor suspected it was the Empress Dowager's doing and came to Runshou Palace to make a scene. It must be because of her that the Empress Dowager's mood was not good, right? Grand Tutor Zhuang thought. Empress Dowager Zhuang read 7 or 8 more memorials before saying indifferently, "You've been very arrogant recently." Grand Tutor Zhuang was confused by these sudden words. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in surprise. "Why do you say that? What did this official do wrong?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "Your hand has stretched too far. There are some people you can't touch." Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. This official doesn't understand. "If you don't understand, then listen to Aijia." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "The Zhuang family has 100 years of foundation. Generations of high-ranking officials. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the capital's #1 clan. But over the years, Aijia's doting has gradually nurtured your arrogance, relying on your talents to become unrestrained. Do you think that no matter what you do, I have to take responsibility for you? That's right. I am a member of the Zhuang family and you are my maternal family. As long as I am in power, I will protect you." But have you ever thought about how long Aijia can protect you? Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression suddenly changed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said resentfully, "When the bow is full, it will break. When the water is full, it will overflow. You only see that I am like the sun in the sky, but you don't see that behind me, the building is about to collapse and a lone tree cannot support. Aijia is old and does not have many years left to live. You are also old. The talents of the Zhuang clan have withered and there is a shortage of young and old people. Those of the direct line of descent are all useless. Only Zhuang Yuheng is like a white jade with a slight flaw. But even this child is about to be ruined by you. Your Majesty." Grand Tutor Zhuang lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down with a face full of fear and trepidation. Of course, there was more confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why the Empress Dowager would say this and why she would diminish his prestige like this. Not to mention that Empress Dowager Zhuang still had at least 10 years to live. Even if she didn't, His Highness Prince Ning's wings were growing. As long as he inherited the throne, there was no need to worry about the Zhuang family not continuing its glory for 100 years. But the walls had ears. There were some words that he didn't dare to say too much. "Your Majesty, don't say that. You will be blessed for 100 years. Chimph, 100 years? If Aijia had not been saved by Xiao Liulang and Lady Jiyu, I'm afraid I would have been buried long ago." Grand Tutor Zhuang seemed to suddenly understand. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. "Your Majesty is blaming me for suppressing Xiao Liulang? He is His Majesty's man. How can I allow him to grow in Hanlin Academy?" Empress Dowager Zhuang slammed the booklet in her hand on the table. "I don't need you to tell me who he is." Grand Tutor Zhuang was shocked by Empress Dowager Zhuang's powerful aura. He hadn't seen Empress Dowager Zhuang so angry in many years. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He cupped his hands and lowered his head. "Chen doesn't dare." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "What Aijia told you was state affairs, political affairs, and family affairs, but you only heard private matters. Aijia's painstaking efforts have been wasted." "That's fine. Aijia won't speak anymore. We are siblings. Aijia will give you 8 words: achieve scholarly achievements, retreat bravely at the top of the stream." Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists. His eyes were like torches. Retreat bravely at the top of the stream. Are the efforts of the Zhuang family's generations all wasted? The Zhuang family is at the helm of the court and has great achievements. Which part of the great Zhao country's rivers and mountains did not have our Zhuang family's contributions? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Her powerful aura surged forth like a flood. The achievements belong to the Qin family. The rivers and mountains also belong to the Qin family. Saying such disgraceful words, Grand Tutor Zhuang, are you thinking of rebelling? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart shook. After a moment of daze, he cupped his hands and said, Chen misspoke. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly withdrew her gaze. Ijia has said everything. You can leave. Yes, Chen will leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up. The hot June wind blew. He suddenly felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat. After Grand Tutor Zhuang left, Eunuch Qin entered with a cup of tea. He was guarding the door of the study and naturally heard the conversation inside. He placed the freshly brewed hot tea next to Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and said with emotion, I didn't expect Empress Dowager to think so far ahead for the Zhuang family. This servant's vision was too low. I thought Empress Dowager summoned Grand Tutor Zhuang into the palace only to help Xiao Xiu vent his anger. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the booklet and snorted. Bullshit long term. It was just words. If Ijia only told him one thing, no matter how small it would still be a big matter. If Ijia told him several big things, Liulang's matter would become a small matter. Since it is a small matter, there is no need to fuss over it. Eunuch Qin's face was full of bitterness and hatred. This servant is stupid. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mind flashed with the image of someone complaining and falling down. She was in a good mood and had a bit of patience with Eunuch Qin. Ijia heard that you recently raised a little turtle. Eunuch Qin smiled. You are really well informed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, it's not that Ijia is well informed. It's that the little turtle crawled to Ijia's feet that day. Ijia looked at it and found it unfamiliar. It was different from the ones you raised before. Eunuch Qin didn't have any other hobbies other than raising tortoises. As the saying goes, 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old turtle. This turtle was a tortoise. A tortoise's life was longer than a turtle's. He thought that if he raised a tortoise, he might be able to live a long life. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, that one is well raised. Stew it in the evening. Eunuch Qin's expression changed greatly. What? You can't bear to part with it. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Recently, Ijia has been in conflict with these tortoises. The Taoist priest said that eating one would solve the evil spirit. If I can't, I can only send them all away. From now on, Ranshou Palace is not allowed to raise tortoises anymore. Eunuch Qin felt wronged. Then this servant will take Daquan and stew it for you. Who wants to eat that thing? Empress Dowager Zhuang was making an analogy with him. Eunuch Qin was instantly enlightened. Xiao Xiuzhu is that little tortoise. Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold gaze shot over. Who is the tortoise? Ijia thinks that you are the old tortoise. Cough, cough. Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. This servant's mouth is slippery. This servant doesn't know how to speak. This servant is a tortoise, but... He returned to the topic. This move of yours is quite clever. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Was it brilliant? How could her words not be sincere? It was just that the Zhuang family didn't want to retreat in the face of the current and couldn't retreat in the face of the current. They couldn't get out of this whirlpool for a long time. Today, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy were dismissed early. Nan Xiong and Master Lu had to go out for 3 days. Therefore, Jiyu Xiaoshan and Jiyu Yang didn't need to go over to learn. The 3 little men gathered at home. Last night, little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep when he returned from the palace. His grandaunt didn't have time to distribute the gifts that she brought. When he left in the morning, he forgot about it. He only remembered it now. Little Jing Kong carried the brocade box out and ran to the central room. Grandaunt told me to bring it. The things that his grandaunt told him to bring were usually for everyone. Yarosha sat in the hall to enjoy the cool air. She smiled as she watched the children play in the central room. She felt that these days were lively and beautiful. It was a life that she didn't even dare to dream of in the past 10 years. Aya, I can't open it. Little Jing Kong's grip was too weak. Let me. Jiyu Xiaoshan rolled up his sleeves and pried open the box. The box wasn't big. After all, it was too big for little Jing Kong to carry. However, it wasn't small either. There were a lot of things inside. The three little heads squeezed together and looked at the gifts in the brocade box. Little Jing Kong took out the gifts one by one. Cat's eye stone, this is Brother Yang's. Gemstone knife, this is Xiaoxian's. Silver needle, Jiao Jiao. Golden arms bowl, mine. Then there was an embroidery album. It was obviously for Yarrow Shi. Bad brother-in-law doesn't have it. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said, so pitiful. Poor Xiao Liulang entered the room valiantly. He put a brocade box that was twice as big as little Jing Kong's box on the table. The three little brothers opened their eyes wide. They looked at the brocade box and then looked at him. What is it? Little Jing Kong asked. Xiao Liulang answered him with his actions. He opened the brocade box and slowly took out the things inside and placed them on the table. The first was the token of Runshou Palace. The second was a fist-sized luminous pearl. The third was an inkstone made of 10,000-year-old warm jade. After that, his movements were elegant and unhurried. It took him a full quarter of an hour to take out all the little things inside. The table was full of gift. The three little boys stared at him with their eyes wide open. Little Jing Kong was dumbfounded. Is it from Grandaunt? There were so many good things. Little Jing Kong asked, which one is for me? Xiao Liulang extended his slender, jade-like fingertips and circled around the gifts. He picked up a blinding golden lock. This is mine. Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. He picked up the 10,000-year-old warm jade inkstone and said, mine. Jiyu Yang swallowed his saliva. He picked up an emerald Turkic knife and said, it's also mine. Jiyu Xiaoshan swallowed his saliva. It's still mine. It's mine again. Ah, it seems like they're all mine. He suddenly became the biggest nouveau riche in the family. After showing off his trophies, Xiao Liulang put the last token of Runshou Palace into the brocade box. Then, he arrogantly returned to the room. Everyone, why did they suddenly feel that their brother-in-law was asking for a beating today? Jiyu Jiao didn't know about her husband's childish behavior. She just came out of the clinic and got on the carriage to Immortal Music House. She wanted to know who was behind Immortal Music House. She had a feeling that the person behind Immortal Music House had something to do with the person who wanted to assassinate her. At the same time, she also suspected that Yuan Tang had an extraordinary accomplice in the capital. In short, the key to everything was in Immortal Music House. Jiyu Jiao's Immortal Music House token hadn't been taken away by Mo Qianxue. She used the token to enter Immortal Music House very smoothly. She still changed into a noble young master's attire. She wore a silver half-face mask, which appropriately covered her silhouette. The only troublesome thing was that her clothes were too tight around her chest. It couldn't be helped. Apart from her height, her figure couldn't be hidden if it wasn't tight. But it was really hot. Jiyu Jiao wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and walked towards the center of the hall. She didn't plan to directly find the girl from last time. She just wanted to walk around and listen. Everyone loved beauty. It had to be said that the girls in Immortal Music House were all like people in paintings, very pleasing to the eye. Jiyu Jiao walked around casually. Suddenly, a peony flower fell on her shoulder. This was an old rule of Immortal Music House. The one who was hit by the flower was the one who caught the girl's eye. He would have the honor of being the girl's guest. This time, it was a girl dressed in yellow. She had beautiful eyebrows and a beautiful face. She was charming but not out of the ordinary, beautiful but not seductive. The girls in Immortal Music House didn't have the air of a prostitute. They were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. There were even some who were proficient in eight-legged writing and arithmetic. It was an honor to be chosen by them. Jiyu Jiao looked at the peony flower in her hand and hesitated for a moment. In just a moment, the maid of the girl dressed in yellow came downstairs. She respectfully bowed to Jiyu Jiao. "Young master, my family's miss invites you." Although this girl was on the second floor, After she threw the flower at her, no one else dared to throw flowers at her. One must know that last time, she was almost drowned by the flowers. Jiyu Jiao didn't think that her charm was gone. It should be that this girl's status in Immortal Music House wasn't simple. Okay. Then it's her. Jiyu Jiao followed the maid up to the second floor. The girl dressed in yellow held a fan to cover her face. She smiled sweetly at Jiyu Jiao, turned around and walked into the room. Even when she walked, she exuded an air of immortality. Young master, please. The maid led Jiyu Jiao to the front of the girl dressed in yellow's room. This room was at the end of the corridor. Compared to the other rooms, there was an extra door. Sure enough, she had a status. Jiyu Jiao nodded and stepped inside. The girl dressed in yellow sat in front of the window with her back facing Jiyu Jiao. She played a song. The sound of the song was mellow, as if she was weeping and complaining. It was like the sound of nature. After the song ended, she covered her face with a folding fan and walked in front of Jiyu Jiao. She gracefully and gently bowed. This servant greets the young master. May I ask the young master's name? Jiyu Jiao naturally wouldn't talk to her. She was about to take out a small book to write down her answer when suddenly, an ice-blue figure wearing a veil rushed in. She pulled Jiyu Jiao behind her and raised her hand to give the girl dressed in yellow a loud slap. It happened so suddenly that even Jiyu Jiao, the person involved, was a little confused. When she was pulled behind her, she didn't make a move because she didn't feel the other party's malice towards her. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant towards the girl dressed in yellow. The girl dressed in yellow was slapped to the side, and a few fingerprints quickly appeared on her cheek. She covered her face and looked at the uninvited guest in the room in disbelief and anger. Mo Chenxue. You're crazy. You're the crazy one. How dare you touch the person I like? Mo Chenxue said. She pulled the sachet from the girl's waist and coldly threw it on the ground. You even used charming fragrance. Hua Xiao, how dare you? The girl dressed in yellow called Hua Xiao's eyes flashed, and she unconsciously showed fear. Her body retreated slightly. Mo Chenxue said disdainfully, Humph. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to have any ideas about my people again, I'll scratch your face. After saying that, she grabbed Jiyu Jiao's wrist and took Jiyu Jiao out of Hua Xiao's room. Looking at Mo Chenxue's back, Hua Xiao's eyes burst out with resentment. Mo Chenxue directly took Jiyu Jiao to the third floor. The third floor was as silent and empty as ever. Jiyu Jiao poked her little shoulder and asked her with her eyes, Are you the only one living on this floor? Mo Chenxue said angrily, There's also the owner. The owner? Could it be the owner of Xianla House? Mo Chenxue took Jiyu Jiao's hand into her room and looked at Jiyu Jiao fiercely. Where did that woman touch you? Jiyu Jiao shook her head like a rattledrum. Mo Chenxue frowned. You didn't touch me? Really? Jiyu Jiao nodded. Mo Chenxue's expression slightly relaxed and looked at the stool next to the square table. Sit down. Jiyu Jiao sat down. Bring water. Mo Chenxue ordered. Yes. The little maid brought a basin of cold water. Mo Chenxue personally wrung a towel and went to wipe the sweat on Jiyu Jiao's forehead. Jiyu Jiao subconsciously leaned back. Mo Chenxue's hand missed. Don't dodge. Jiyu Jiao, oh. Mo Chenxue carefully wiped Jiyu Jiao's forehead. As she wiped, she muttered unhappily, Are you an idiot? Why didn't you come directly to the third floor? No one dares to stop you. I didn't come to find you. Mo Chenxue pursed her lips and explained expressionlessly, I didn't tell you before. Yesterday was my birthday and I went to the lake, so I wasn't in Xianla House. Ah. You don't have to explain to me. Chapter 324. After all, Jiyu Jiao was not a real man. There was no such thing as male and female touching. However, Jiyu Jiao was not used to being so close to others. When Mo Chenxue finished wiping her forehead and was about to wipe her neck, she grabbed her wrist. Mo Chenxue glared at Jiyu Jiao and raised her other hand to take off Jiyu Jiao's mask. Jiyu Jiao also grabbed her wrist. Mo Chenxue knew martial arts, but she was not as good as Jiyu Jiao. She could not move. She said angrily, I know. I won't touch you. You do it yourself. Jiyu Jiao let go of her hand. Mo Chenxue rolled her eyes and snorted. She threw the towel to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao wiped the sweat off her neck. The weather was really hot. It was even hotter with the towel wrapped around her chest. Wearing the mask was like adding heat to heat. Luckily, Mo Chenxue's room was facing a good direction. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There was also a basin of ice. Otherwise, Jiyu Jiao might really have gotten a heat stroke. Jiyu Jiao put the towel back into the copper basin. A servant girl came in to take it away. Xiao Wu, are there any more lychees that arrived this morning? Mo Chenxue asked. The servant girl called Xiao Wu said, There are. This servant will bring them for Miss. Not long after, Xiao Wu brought in a plate of iced lychees. The lychees were all big and plump. They were bright red, as if they had just been plucked from a tree. The capital did not produce lychees. They were all sent from the south. Not only did the horses have to be fast enough, they also had to change the ice along the way. If they were not careful, the lychees would spoil when they reached the capital. These were very luxurious fruits. Jiyu Jiao had only eaten them at Runshou Palace. She heard from Madame Yarrow that even the Marquis's Fu had a hard time getting these fruits. Who would have thought that such luxurious fruits could be eaten in a small brothel? Jiyu Jiao looked at the lychees and did not move for a moment. If you don't eat it yourself, are you waiting for me to peel it for you? Mo Chenxue snorted. Her slender fingers picked up the biggest and reddest lychee, peeled it and fed it to Jiyu Jiao. The peeled lychee was big and round, white and bouncy. It looked especially fresh and juicy. Eat it yourself, Jiyu Jiao said with her eyes. Mo Chenxue rolled her eyes. I'd rather throw something away than take it back. Sigh, what's more, I can't get along with the fruit. Jiyu Jiao reluctantly took it and put it into her mouth. She had been a little heaty recently, so she couldn't eat too many lychees. Mo Chenxue's eyes lit up again when she saw her eat. She rested her right elbow on the table and rested her index finger on her delicate chin. She looked at Jiyu Jiao with a smile and said, Young master, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Did you miss me? Jiyu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled. I didn't come looking for you. Mo Chenxue's face darkened. She snatched the notebook and crossed out the word no. Then she wrote yes and added a sentence at the end, I miss you very much. She then threw the notebook back to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao. How could this work? Mo Chenxue raised her brows. Did you use the fruit I gave you last time? Did you find the culprit? Jiyu Jiao nodded, then shook her head. Mo Chenxue frowned. What do you mean? Did you find the culprit or not? Jiyu Jiao scribbled. Half. Yuan Tang was the culprit, but Yuan Tang couldn't have done it alone. Jiyu Jiao felt that he had a helper. Then I can't do anything. Mo Chenxue spread her hands. I just happened to overhear their conversation and picked up one of their fruits. So Yuan Tang and the culprit exchanged information at Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. The culprit was either a guest or a member of Immortal Music House. There was even the possibility that the culprit was the owner of Immortal Music House. Jiyu Jiao scribbled. Who's the owner of Immortal Music House? You're asking about the owner? Mo Chenxue leaned closer to Jiyu Jiao and looked at Jiyu Jiao with a half-smile. There was a teasing look in her eyes, but there was also a trace of vigilance. Why are you asking about this? Jiyu Jiao scribbled. I'm just curious. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. This was what it meant to retreat in order to advance. Mo Chenxue pursed her lips and said uninterestedly, Actually, I don't know. I've only seen the owner twice, and it was through a screen. I don't even know what the owner looks like. A dignified courtesan didn't even know the owner's true appearance. The culprit was really hiding too deeply. Jiyu Jiao thought of what Mo Chenxue had said when she was teaching the yellow-clothed woman a lesson. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time, she wrote. What's the relationship between Hua Xiao and the owner? You even remembered that little b asterisk tch's name. Mo Chenxue immediately exploded. Jiyu Jiao was speechless. How was she supposed to answer this? Mo Chenxue said angrily, have you taken a fancy to that little b asterisk tch? Jiyu Jiao scribbled. She's so ugly, it's hard to forget her. Hearing Jiyu Jiao call her ugly, Mo Chenxue laughed. Her anger instantly disappeared. She said proudly, her relationship with the owner isn't that great. She only served the owner for a few days. The owner saw that she was somewhat beautiful and asked me to teach her well. Don't worry, she won't dare to bother you again. Jiyu Jiao nodded. She had one last question. Is the owner a man or a woman? Mo Chenxue said, of course the owner of Xianla House is a woman. Could it be you stinky men? I won't work myself to death for a stinky man. Women work themselves to death. Jiyu Jiao remembered these two important clues. Mo Chenxue couldn't get any more information. Jiyu Jiao got up and left with the excuse that it was already late. Mo Chenxue pursed her lips, her eyes showing that she still wanted to continue. However, she probably had other plans for the evening, so she didn't ask Jiyu Jiao to stay. She walked Jiyu Jiao downstairs. When they reached the corner of the stairs, she suddenly pulled Jiyu Jiao's sleeve. At least tell me your surname. Jiyu Jiao wrote. Jiyu. Young Master Jiyu. Mo Chenxue murmured this name and smiled. Not bad. When she and Jiyu Jiao passed by the stairs of the second floor, they unexpectedly met Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was obviously a little afraid of Mo Chenxue. She lowered her head, stepped aside, and slightly bowed. Mo Chenxue snorted coldly. She didn't even look at her and walked Jiyu Jiao downstairs. Hua Xiao touched her still aching face, her eyes full of resentment. Mo Chenxue, wait and see. You won't always be so lucky. The little maid stepped forward and said to Hua Xiao, Miss Hua, the shadow guard just sent a message. The owner is back. Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. I'll go and pick up the owner, the little maid said embarrassedly. No, the shadow guard said to let Miss Chenxue pick her up. Hua Xiao clenched her fingers and looked at Mo Chenxue, who was smiling and bowing to Jiyu Jiao at the door of Xianla House. She was so angry that she stomped her foot. Mo Chenxue, everything is Mo Chenxue. After coming out of Xianla House, Jiyu Jiao went straight back to Bai Shui Alley. It was late at night. Every house in the alley was closed. Lanterns were hung under the porch. The weak candlelight illuminated the long path with a dim yellow color. Jiyu Jiao came to the door of the house and found a little boy sitting on the threshold pitifully. Although he didn't say anything, she could feel that his little body was shrouded in a huge grievance. Jiyu Jiao walked forward and whispered, Jing Kong. Hearing the familiar voice, little Jing Kong suddenly raised his head and ran to Jiyu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Jiyu Jiao bent down so that the little boy could jump into her arms. Little Jing Kong jumped into her arms and grabbed her clothes. He curled his lips in grievance. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Jiyu Jiao picked up the little boy. Little Jing Kong's little mouth twitched. Great Aunt doesn't like me anymore. Jiyu Jiao found it funny and asked, why doesn't Great Aunt like you anymore? Who told you that? Little Jing Kong snorted. Brother-in-law. Jiyu Jiao said, he said that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore. Little Jing Kong shook his head. Jiyu Jiao asked again, then how do you know that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore? Little Jing Kong said with grievance, Great Aunt gave brother-in-law a lot of things, but she didn't give me so many things. Am I still the little boy that Great Aunt loves the most? He emphasized the word little boy because he didn't want to take Jiyu Jiao out. In his heart, Great Aunt could treat Jiao Jiao the best. He wouldn't be jealous of Jiao Jiao. Jiyu Jiao smiled. But when Great Aunt gave you things in the past, brother-in-law didn't give you anything either. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. That seemed to be the case. So great-aunt didn't give brother-in-law more things on purpose. She just made up for all the things that she didn't give him before. Thinking of this, he felt better in his heart. But he still wanted to take this opportunity to ask for a kiss. He drooped his little head. But I'm still a little hurt. Where did he learn to say such adult words? New words came out of his mouth again, which made Jiyu Jiao feel that it was novel and cute. Jiyu Jiao gave him a kiss. Little Jing Kong was completely satisfied. He covered his little face and quickly ran back to the room to find a veil. Jiyu Jiao walked through the front yard and entered the central room. When she was about to go back to the west room, she looked up and saw that the door of the study was open. An oil lamp was lit inside, and Xiao Liulang was reading hard under the oil lamp. The door of the study was usually not open like this, especially when Xiao Liulang was reading. At this time, from the door frame to the threshold, every inch of the room seemed to silently reveal a sense of come in, come in. Jiyu Jiao stepped into the room. The study was clean and tidy as usual. Facing the door was Xiao Liulang's desk. Little Jing Kong often used it nowadays. Half of the space on the desk was occupied by little Jing Kong's books, ink, and paper. The other half belonged to Xiao Liulang. An exquisite wooden brocade box was placed in the most conspicuous position. Xiao Liulang's chair was facing the door. He didn't look up, as if he was immersed in the sea of arithmetic questions. Since he got the Yang Kingdom's advanced mathematics book, he took time to study and research every night. Jiyu Jiao didn't find it strange. It was still strange. The atmosphere was a little strange. The chair opposite him was also placed. It seemed to be waiting for someone to sit down. Jiyu Jiao came to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. "I heard that you went to the palace today?" Xiao Liulang said seriously. "Yes, I went to see grandaunt." The box was placed just right. Jiyu Jiao could reach it with her hand. She pointed at the box. "This is from grandaunt." "Yes." Xiao Liulang nodded seriously. "You can take a look." His eyes said silently. This time, it wasn't to show off. It was to share his gains and joy. He wanted to do this on the way back. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was, but he just wanted to tell her about it. "Let me see," she said. Xiao Liulang nodded seriously. Jiyu Jiao opened the brocade box. She looked at the things in the brocade box, but Xiao Liulang was looking at her. This reminded him of when he was a child. When his article was praised by the headmaster, he would take the article to the princess's mansion and couldn't wait to tell Princess Xinyang. When Princess Xinyang read his article and the headmaster's comments, he would be excited and nervous. Just like now. Why was it? Did he care? "It's more than I thought." Jiyu Jiao thought that grandaunt was really just making up for the gifts that she didn't give before, but she didn't expect that there were more. No wonder little Jing Kong was so jealous. But there must be other reasons. There must be a misunderstanding between grandaunt and him. Now it seemed that the misunderstanding was cleared. Jiyu Jiao smiled and looked at him. "Grandaunt loves you very much." Xiao Liulang suppressed the smile on his lips and said indifferently, "For you." "Which one is for me?" Jiyu Jiao looked at the box of valuable things and asked. "All for you," Xiao Liulang said. Jiyu Jiao opened her eyes wide. "So much." Xiao Liulang saw the surprise in her eyes and smiled again. He took out a money bag and handed it to her. "And this month's expenses." Wow, she was rich. Jiyu Jiao blinked and looked at the money bag and the things in the box. She couldn't believe it for a moment. Xiao Liulang looked at her deeply. Her mouth was open and her face was full of confusion. His gaze was attracted to her and he couldn't help but get closer to her. He looked at the face that was slowly enlarging in front of his eyes, and his heart started to beat fast. The world seemed to be quiet, and only the sound of his heart beating like a drum could be heard. "Sister, you're here." Jiyu Xiaoshun suddenly ran in. The main reason was that the door was open. He didn't expect Xiao Liulang to steal a kiss from his sister at this time. Of course, he came fast enough and Xiao Liulang didn't kiss her. He sat back in the chair and put a huge distance between him and Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Xiaoshan scratched his head. I think I saw something, but I also didn't see anything. I don't care. Business is more important. Brother-in-law. He greeted Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang's eyes were full of resentment. Jiyu Xiaoshan came to find Jiyu Jiao to help him fix his knife. He had another knife that had its handle off and he couldn't fix it himself. Okay, I'll go take a look. Jiyu Jiao nodded and put the household expenses into the box. She took the box and walked out of the study with Jiyu Xiaoshan. Xiao Liulang leaned weakly against the back of the chair. He was a little disappointed. But he didn't know what he was disappointed about. At night, the whole family went to sleep. Xiao Liulang rubbed his sore eyes and closed the book. After putting it back on the bookshelf, he planned to go to sleep. When he came to the living room, he saw a figure enjoying the cool air on a new swing in the front yard. Jiyu Jiao's mosquito coils were on the side of the swing. Upon seeing Xiao Liulang come out, the tiny figure on the swing suddenly stopped. She walked down the swing and came in front of Xiao Liulang. Are you done? Xiao Liulang looked at her in surprise. You're not asleep yet? He paused and asked, are you waiting for me? Yes. Jiyu Jiao nodded and looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. He had seen how cold these eyes were to other people, but at this time, they were obedient and bright. Her eyes reflected the candlelight in the corridor and also reflected his startled expression. You. He opened his mouth. The two of them were a little close, and his heart beat violently again. Jiyu Jiao stood on tiptoe. You've grown taller. She had to stand on tiptoe to reach you. Xiao Liulang looked at her face that suddenly came close to him. His eyes moved and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He covered his heart and tried to calm down. You. Jiyu Jiao maintained her tiptoe position and looked at him obediently. Didn't you just think about it? Think, about what? Xiao Liulang's blood rushed to the top of his head. He wasn't really a fool. How could he not understand what she was talking about? She found out. How did she find out? She pretended as if nothing had happened and didn't let Jiyu Xiaoshan notice anything strange. Jiyu Jiao tilted her little head. If you don't want it, I'm leaving. As she spoke, she put down her tiptoe and turned back to her room. However, before she could take a step, Xiao Liulang grabbed her wrist. His palm was hot, and with an irresistible force, he brought her to him. He clasped her wrist with one hand and hugged her slender and soft waist with the other. His breathing became irregular. He raised his hand to cover her eyes and gently lowered his head. The moonlight was shy, and the room was filled with tenderness. At dawn, little Jing Kong woke up as usual. The first thing he did was to take off the veil wrapped around his face and head. Then, he looked at his little face in the bronze mirror. Actually, there was nothing on his face. My darling is budding. He ran out and came to the backyard. He scooped half a ladle of water and put it on the stone bench. He grabbed a few drops of water with his fingers and gently sprinkled them on his little face. Are you washing your face, Jing Kong? Nanny Fang asked with a smile. Little Jing Kong corrected her. I'm not washing my face, I'm watering my darling. Nanny Fang laughed heartily. Xiao Liulang came out of the kitchen with a basin of water in his hand. He put the basin on the stone table, scooped up the water, and splashed it on his face. He didn't even let go of his mouth. Little Jing Kong snorted. Are you washing your face too? Xiao Liulang raised his eyebrows and said, No, I'm watering my darling. Little Jing Kong. Chapter 325. The capital gradually entered midsummer, and it started to get hot early in the morning. There were classes at the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy today, so little Jing Kong and Jiyu Xiaoshan woke up early. Jiyu Yang was lazing in bed as usual. He had a habit of lazing in bed and had a bad morning temper. He was only happy when Jiyu Jiao woke him up. But today, Jiyu Jiao didn't wake him up. He woke up by himself. He woke up from the heat. That was not the main point. The main point was that after he woke up, He lay on the bed and waited for Jiyu Jiao to wake him up. However, after waiting for so long, even when the flowers had withered, only Jiyu Xiaoshun came. Jiyu Xiaoshun pushed open the door and said strangely, "Aren't you going to get up? It's time for breakfast. Don't be late." Baby Yang was unhappy. Baby Yang turned over bitterly and muttered, "Where's my sister? Did she go to see a doctor?" Jiyu Xiaoshun pointed to the courtyard and said, "Oh, no, she's over there." Huh. Jiyu Yang sat up and got out of bed. He walked to the door in his shoes and looked in the direction Jiyu Xiaoshun pointed. But what did he see? Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang were talking in the courtyard. She raised her head slightly and looked at the morning light. Her eyes were bright and the corners of her lips were slightly curved. He didn't know what they were talking about, but her eyes were curved into two crescent moons. So she forgot to wake him up because she was talking to his brother-in-law? Jiyu Yang felt sour in her heart. But there was more to come. Jiyu Jiao was in a good mood today. She personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes, all of which were Xiao Liulang's favorite. Xiao Liulang had recently become fond of spicy food. In fact, the three people from Little Jingkong also liked spicy food, but they preferred spicy and sour food. The three of them were numbed to the point that they had nothing left to live for. They leaned back in their chairs soullessly. If Jiyu Yang got angry, the consequences would be dire. He snorted and said, "I want tofu pudding. The salty kind." There was no tofu pudding at home, but there was at the market. It was still early, and the market was not far away. 15 minutes later, Jiyu Jiao returned with the salted bean curd. Then, Jiyu Yang watched expectantly as Jiyu Jiao walked past him with the bowl of salted tofu pudding. Jiyu Jiao brought the tofu pudding into Xiao Liulang's study and looked at him. "Your tofu pudding." Xiao Liulang, I didn't ask for tofu pudding." Jiyu Yang stood outside the study and exploded. It's me. This is the tofu pudding that I wanted. I'm so angry." The room was dimly lit. The doors and windows were closed, and all the curtains were drawn. Only a small ray of light shone through the gap between the curtains. A small figure stood in the endless darkness. His eyes were sharp, and his aura was strong and powerful. You must have seen that the situation has become very serious. The enemy is very powerful and has already taken away half of our country. Do you still want to continue fighting with me? The small figure said in a deep voice. Opposite him, a tall and slender figure stood against the light. His aura was not weak either. This narrow space seemed to be filled with endless coldness and killing intent. "What do you want to do?" he asked. The small figure said, "Naturally, you and I have to put aside our prejudice for the time being and join hands to defeat the enemy. Otherwise, in a few days, you and I will no longer have a place in her heart." He nodded. "Okay, I promise you. Words are no proof. Let's make a contract." After the small figure finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and wrote a contract. He also took out the ink pad that he had prepared earlier. "Sign and mark." The other party signed. The small figure looked at his signature and his hair stood on end. He suddenly raised his voice. "Why is your handwriting still so ugly?" Jiyu Yang coughed softly and said, "So what if it's ugly? Do you want to form an alliance?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and nodded seriously. Yes. The two little love rivals who fought from the countryside to the capital finally put aside their prejudice under Xiao Liulang's repeated provocations and formed an alliance against his brother-in-law. After breakfast, Jiyu Jiao sent Little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshun went to the Qinghe Academy. Xiao Liulang went to the Hanlin Academy. After the morning court, Grand Tutor Zhuang met Royal Prince on the way and sent him to the Hanlin Academy. Coincidentally, Grand Tutor Zhuang's carriage bumped into Xiao Liulang outside the gate of the Hanlin Academy. Although Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get out of the carriage, Royal Prince did. The carriage driver opened the curtain and Xiao Liulang and the officials who were about to enter the Hanlin Academy all saw him. Everyone bowed to him. Xiao Liulang also cupped his hands and bowed. Attendant Yang had been recuperating at home for a long time. Today, He finally came to work. When he heard the movement at the door, he hurriedly put down his work and rushed to greet Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang was a prominent figure among the civil officials. In the imperial court, many people responded to his call. Officials like Attendant Yang usually didn't see him. Today was an honor. Attendant Yang didn't want to let go of such an opportunity to please Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang. He bowed deeply. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiao Liulang. He was secretly happy. This way, even the heavens were helping him. Attendant Yang straightened his back and ordered Xiao Liulang, "The Hanlin Academy's library hasn't been checked in a while. Go and check the books inside today. The list is with me. Go get it in a moment. After you're done, you can go and take it." Who didn't know that the library of the Hanlin Academy was larger than the library of the Tribute Compound? Even if several Hanlin officials worked together, they might not be able to finish organizing it in a day. This was purely looking for trouble with Xiao Liulang. Attendant Yang thought that Xiao Liulang would be like before and let him make things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Liulang didn't even bat an eyelid. He said indifferently, "I have a class at the Hanlin Academy today. Why don't Attendant Yang find someone else to organize the library?" Attendant Yang was stunned when he heard this. "What do you mean? What did this kid mean? He had openly disobeyed his orders in front of so many people, wasn't he?" Attendant Yang's eyes flashed. "The class at the academy, there will be someone else to teach it for you." Xiao Liulang asked indifferently, "Oh? Who is free to teach it for me? It's better to leave teaching to the truly capable Hanlin officials." As Attendant Yang spoke, he looked at Royal Prince and "I wonder if Editor Zhuang is free today." Royal Prince and thought for a moment. "I don't have anything else to do today." Attendant Yang smiled. Then, Xiao Liulang interrupted Attendant Yang and looked at Royal Prince and "Since Editor Zhuang is free, why don't you let Editor Zhuang organize the library?" Attendant Yang said that you can't go off duty until you're done. Editor Zhuang needs to be fast. You. Attendant Yang was so angry that he choked. This kid didn't want to live anymore. He dared to order Royal Prince and to do things in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang. Xiao Liulang looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in the carriage fearlessly. "Grand Tutor Zhuang, you don't have any objections, right?" Attendant Yang almost peed in his pants. Did Xiao Liulang eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How dare he speak to Grand Tutor Zhuang like this? Who did he think he was? With His Majesty backing him up, he was so arrogant. Didn't he know that Grand Tutor Zhuang was on the Empress Dowager's side? Attendant Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that Grand Tutor Zhuang would vent his anger on him. A cold light flashed in Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. Xiao Liulang raised his eyebrows and said, "If you have any objections, you can speak to the Empress Dowager. This official will leave first." After speaking, he entered the Hanlin Academy without looking back. The crowd naturally did not know what medicine Xiao Liulang had taken today to be so arrogant. Only Grand Tutor Zhuang knew where Xiao Liulang's confidence came from. Xiao Liulang was just short of saying, "I can't beat you, but my lord can." Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. "Grandfather." Royal Prince and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang strangely. He also felt that Xiao Liulang was too strange today. Grand Tutor Zhuang suppressed his boiling anger and said word by word, "Go tidy up the library." Royal Prince and was stunned. "Grandfather?" Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't reply. He put down the curtain and let the carriage leave coldly. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry at Xiao Liulang. Even after returning to the Fu, his anger didn't lessen. "Master." The steward brought over a pot of tea. He already understood what happened from the coachman. He advised, "Please calm down. You are the Empress Dowager's relative. That Xiao Liulang is just relying on the fact that he saved the Empress Dowager's life to intimidate her. He will fall into your hands sooner or later. Unless Xiao Liulang never entered the cabinet in his life, he would fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands." Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if he's just intimidating her, but the Empress Dowager really came to support that brat. The steward didn't know the details and thought that the Empress Dowager was just temporarily deceived. He continued to advise, "Don't be angry. Don't you have an appointment with Grand Secretary Yuan later? The marriage proposal has already been matched. The royal prince and the daughter of the Yuan family are a match made in heaven." When this was mentioned, Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression finally eased. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was in charge of everything. She didn't care who Heng Er married. With this marriage with the Yuan family, the Zhuang family's position in the imperial court would become even more stable. Grand Tutor Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, "I remember Grand Secretary Yuan told me to bring Heng Er to meet him. In a while, go to the Hanlin Academy and tell Heng Er not to return home after his duty ends. He can go directly to the Qingfeng house." The steward replied, "Yes. In Zhao country, the marriage proposal was the first step in marriage. If the 8 characters didn't clash, then the marriage proposal could begin. However, Grand Secretary Yuan loved his granddaughter and promised to let her take a look. If the man's appearance was decent, then he would immediately agree to the marriage." Grand Tutor Zhuang was full of confidence in his grandson's appearance, so he obviously wasn't worried that the Yuan family would look down on him. Moreover, this marriage was mainly decided by Grand Secretary Yuan's opinion. Letting his granddaughter take a look was only his final compromise as a grandfather. Whether or not she liked Grand Secretary Yuan, he would still facilitate this marriage. However, no one expected that the steward who was serving at the Qingfeng house in the evening would have the coachman bring back news, saying that Grand Secretary Yuan had terminated the marriage proposal. What? How could this be? Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up from his chair. The coachman said with a trembling voice, I don't understand either." The steward didn't say much. "It seems quite serious. Why don't you make a trip yourself?" The steward didn't say much because it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Could it be that something big had happened? Grand Tutor Zhuang hurriedly rushed to the Qingfeng house. Grand Secretary Yuan just happened to come out of the Qingfeng house with an ice-cold expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands like a colleague and politely greeted him, "Grand Secretary Yuan." "Humph." Grand Secretary Yuan coldly glared at Grand Tutor Zhuang. "I truly didn't expect the Zhuang family to be filled with nobility to raise such a despicable person. In the past, this official made an error of judgment. Grand Tutor Zhuang, you're on your own now." Grand Tutor Zhuang was completely confused. What was this all about? How was this related to being despicable and making an error of judgment? Grand Secretary Yuan didn't feel like paying him any more attention. With a step, he got into the carriage and left. "Where is the royal prince?" Grand Tutor Zhuang asked with a calm expression. He's upstairs." The coachman hurriedly brought Grand Tutor Zhuang to the second floor. The second floor had already been cleared out by the steward, leaving only the relevant people. When Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the agreed-upon room, he unexpectedly ran into someone he never expected to see. "Marquis Jiyu?" Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. The old Marquis had also just arrived. He had come up the stairs from the other side. The old Marquis's expression wasn't very good when the two unexpectedly met. Grand Tutor Zhuang was just about to enter the room, but the old Marquis beat him to it. Grand Tutor Zhuang's brows furrowed even tighter. It was one thing for Grand Secretary Yuan to throw him a cold tantrum, but why was even a Marquis who had resigned from an official position treating him with such disdain? Could it be that his position as a powerful Grand Tutor had been for nothing? Very quickly, Grand Tutor Zhuang understood why the old Marquis was acting this way. In the messy room, Royal Prince knelt on the ground with his clothes disheveled. There was blood on his thigh and a blood-stained dagger was thrown on the ground. Beside him was Jiyu Jinyu, who was curled up and shivering. Jiyu Jinyu was wrapped in blankets and sobbing uncontrollably. "Bastard!" The old Marquis went forward and lashed out with his whip, hitting Royal Prince N's body. Royal Prince N didn't dodge and took the hit. His clothes were tattered and his chest was lacerated. "Stop!" Grand Tutor Zhuang shouted. However, he didn't stop and gave Royal Prince N another lash. Royal prince and had some skills, but he wasn't an expert. The old marquis's whip reached the bone. After a few lashes, royal prince and fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu Chao, stop. Grand Tutor Zhuang rushed over and stood in front of Royal Prince An. He looked at the old marquis furiously. Are you trying to kill someone in front of the emperor? Let's talk things over. The old marquis trembled. Talk things over? Your good grandson tarnished my marquis's daughter's reputation. If I ask someone to do the same to your Zhuang family's daughter, will you talk things over with me? Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the half-dead royal Prince An and then at the girl who was wrapped in blankets and crying silently. He clenched his fists and asked the steward, what happened? This matter started from when Royal Prince An went to the appointment. After Royal Prince An finished his shift, he went to Qingfeng restaurant with the steward of the Zhuang residence and waited for the Yuan family in the reserved room. Grand Tutor Yuan met an official from the cabinet downstairs and chatted with him for a while. Yuan Baolin went upstairs first. But who would have thought that Royal Prince An would send the servants away to drug Yuan Baolin? Yuan Baolin opened the window and escaped. Royal Prince An's drug was still in effect. Coincidentally, the Jiyu family's daughter was passing by and Royal Prince An caught the Jiyu family's daughter and brought her in, molested her. It was only molestation, not possession, but it was enough to ruin a girl's reputation and chastity. What was called misfortune never comes singly. This was it. Grand Tutor Zhuang seriously suspected that he had forgotten to look at the almanac when he left today. Otherwise, how could he have been so unlucky all day? There must be something fishy about this matter. Grand Tutor Zhuang believed in his grandson's character. Heng would not do this sort of thing. The old marquis angrily shouted, he is your grandson. Of course you will side with him. But seeing is believing. My marquis's manners good daughter has been ruined by your Zhuang family's little bastard. Whether or not the old marquis doted on Jiyu Jinyu was one matter, but if someone dared to bully Marquis Dingan's manner, that was another matter. Moreover, even if the one to suffer today was not Jiyu Jinyu, but some other good family's daughter, he would still whip Jun Wang. He was too much of a bastard. The old marquis could not take this lying down. Grand Tutor Zhuang also could not take it lying down. A perfectly good marriage had been ruined like this. Not only did he offend Grand Secretary Yuan, but he also became entangled with Marquis Dingan Manor. He did his best to suppress his anger and cupped his hands to the old marquis. He endured the humiliation and said, I ask old Marquis Jiyu to remain calm. Give me a bit of time to investigate the truth. No matter what the truth is, I will give Marquis Dingan Manor an explanation. After the old marquis took Jiyu Jinyu away, the housekeeper helped Royal Prince An sit in a chair. He then tore off a piece of cloth to wrap around Royal Prince An's injured leg. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes were about to spit fire. His fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Housekeeper, when something happened to the royal prince, where were you? How did you allow Heng to be alone with the Yuan family's daughter? The housekeeper's body trembled. Royal Prince An's face was pale. His bloodless lips slightly parted. It was I who had the housekeeper go to the kitchen to rush the dishes. It had nothing to do with the housekeeper. Is that so? Grand Tutor Zhuang's sharp gaze fell on the housekeeper's face. The housekeeper guiltily lowered his head. Of course, he wasn't sent away by Royal Prince An. He was called away by someone else. But he couldn't tell that person. He had promised Royal Prince An. He glanced at Royal Prince An without batting an eyelid. Royal Prince An had lost too much blood and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He used his remaining strength to say, "It's my fault. I could tell that Miss Yuan didn't have any feelings for me, so I came up with this plan. I planned to cook the rice and force Miss Yuan to marry me." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe him. Then where did you get the medicine? Don't tell me that Qingfeng gang sells it. He couldn't have discovered her feelings at that time. If he had gone to buy the medicine then, it would have been too late. Royal Prince An weakly said, "I bought it in advance, just in case I needed it." Grand Tutor Zhuang flew into a rage. Zhuang Yuheng. Chapter 326. Royal Prince and fainted due to his severe injuries. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry and anxious that he almost fainted. Royal Prince and was his grandson and he couldn't just leave him here. No matter how angry Grand Tutor Zhuang was, he had to bring Royal Prince and back to the mansion first. The steward hurriedly brought the mansion doctor to treat Royal Prince and's wounds. The medicine in Royal Prince and's body had already worn off. He was unconscious mainly because of the excessive blood loss from the wound on his thigh. Aya, he injured his left leg a few days ago and now his right leg is injured. This is really... The mansion doctor didn't know what to say. Royal Prince and probably didn't even suffer such a serious injury when he was a hostage in the Chen Kingdom. What was he doing every day? Basins of bloody water were brought out of the house by the servants. The entire courtyard seemed to be filled with the strong smell of blood. Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't wait any longer outside the door. He walked in and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Sigh. The mansion doctor cleaned Royal Prince and's wounds as he said, "This stab is too deep. It's so deep that the bone can be seen. I'm afraid it won't be easy to heal. The weather is so hot. On such a hot day, the slightest carelessness could cause the wound to become inflamed. Even if one was careful enough, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. It was too chaotic just now." Grand Tutor Zhuang forgot to ask if the stab was from the Yuan family's daughter or Jiyu Jinyu. But so what if he asked? Could he still blame them? Naturally, he had no right to do so. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered the manners doctor to treat Royal Prince and while he himself left the room. He called his trusted subordinates and asked them to investigate the Cool Breeze gang's activities today and whether there were any suspicious people. His trusted subordinate asked, "Master, do you still suspect that someone else did this?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Pampered, I raised my own grandson. How can I not know his personality? He won't be so muddle-headed. Moreover, it's fine if he admits that he fell into a trap. But he's anxious to take the blame. He's clearly protecting the person in the dark." His trusted subordinate didn't understand. "Master, you're saying that the royal prince fell into someone's trap but is unwilling to reveal the culprit. Who is this person to the Duke? I'm only guessing, I don't have any proof." "All right, you go investigate. Find out who that cabinet official Grand Secretary Yuan met at the entrance of the Cool Breeze Inn today as well." Even though Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe that Grand Secretary Yuan would scheme to harm his own granddaughter, the timing of that official's appearance was just too coincidental. If it wasn't for him stopping Grand Secretary Yuan family's young lady wouldn't have been left alone, and there wouldn't have been so many incidents later on. "Right, where is Wu Yang? I remember that he's Heng Er's personal bodyguard." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Call him over." Wu Yang was really wronged. He had taken a few days off to attend the wedding of one of his brothers in the underworld. He knew nothing about Royal Prince and Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get any clues from him, but he still charged him with the crime of failing to protect his master and punished him with 50 strokes of the cane. After the trusted imperial bodyguard investigated Cool Breeze restaurant, he returned to report to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "We didn't find anyone suspicious. That cabinet official is Vice Minister Xu. This subordinate has already investigated. His chance encounter with Grand Secretary Yuan was truly a coincidence. The cabinet official's degree of suspicion wasn't high. After all, the cabinet was controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang himself. Normal people wouldn't be able to mobilize them." Grand Tutor Zhuang pondered for a moment before asking, "Why did the Jiyu family's young lady appear at the Cool Breeze Inn?" The bodyguard said, "The young ladies of the female school often gather at the Cool Breeze Inn. Second young lady and third young lady are also here today. However, they don't seem to know about the Duke's matters." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Call them over." Yes. Not long after, Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Mengdai were called into Grand Tutor Zhuang's room. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the two with a heavy expression. Why did you go to the Cool Breeze Inn today? To play. Zhuang Mengdai said, recently, the Cool Breeze Inn has released a new song. It's played every day. We've been listening to it for several days. Today is the last song. Zhuang Mengdai was the worst at lying. Zhuang Yueshi lowered her eyes and didn't speak. Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the two and asked them to leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned deeply. Everything seemed to be fine. Could it be that Zhuang Yuheng was the one who made the decision? After the two sisters left Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard, Zhuang Yueshi said to Zhuang Mengdai, "You go back first. I'll go see my brother." What's wrong with my brother? Dukan's injury was kept a secret. Even Zhuang Mengdai didn't know about it. Zhuang Yueshi said, "Nothing. I have a question that I don't know how to solve. I want to ask my brother for advice. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing that it was a question for advice, Zhuang Mengdai lost her interest. Although she liked her brother, she was more afraid of doing questions. I'm a little dizzy. I might have a heat stroke. I'll go back to my room to rest. You can do the question yourself. After saying that, Zhuang Mengdai ran away. Zhuang Yueshi went to Dukan's courtyard. The servants were surprised to see her coming. "You can leave," she ordered softly. "But master has ordered," a young maidservant whispered. Another servant girl pulled her sleeve and said to Zhuang Yueshi, "Yes, we will leave now." The two of them made way. Zhuang Yueshi walked into the courtyard and came to Dukan's bedroom. The doctor had finished treating his injury and went to the small kitchen to boil medicine for him. Only a personal servant stayed by the bed. "You can leave too," Zhuang Yueshi ordered. The servant didn't dare to move. Zhuang Yueshi could order the two servant girls to guard the door, but she couldn't order the personal servant of Dukan. On the bed, Dukan slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, "You can leave." "Yes." The servant left respectfully. Without anyone else, Zhuang Yueshi rushed to the bed and grabbed her brother's hand worriedly. "Brother." Dukan used his fingers to support his body and lay on his side. He raised his other hand and gave her a slap. This slap used all his strength. After the slap, he lay on the bed and spat out blood. Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. She looked at Dukan in disbelief. "Brother." Dukan didn't have the strength to slap her a second time. He used his elbow to support his body and stared at her angrily. "Why did you do this?" "Big brother knows. Big brother knows everything." Zhuang Yueshi looked at Dukan in panic. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start. Dukan's eyes were filled with pain and disappointment. "If I didn't ask the butler who sent him away, I wouldn't know that my own sister did such a vicious and dirty thing. How did Miss Yuan offend you? Why did you scheme against her?" Brother, Zhuang Yueshi was so panicked that her whole body was trembling. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Her mind was in a mess. She could not even answer the question. I never thought of hurting you." Don't you feel guilty about Miss Yuan?" Dukan was disappointed. This was his sister. "You even implicated the daughter of Jiyu family. Are you satisfied now?" Zhuang Yueshi choked. I didn't want to implicate Jiyu Jinyu. I didn't know that she would suddenly appear. Yuan Baolin is just a Taoist nun. She doesn't deserve brother," Dukan said coldly, "then find someone to defile her." I didn't. I just wanted to scare her, so that she doesn't have the right to marry you anymore." Zhuang Yueshi called the butler out. It wasn't just to send him away. She wanted the butler to lure Dukan out. Dukan noticed that something was wrong with the butler's expression. He immediately returned to the room and found that the daughter of Yuan family was drugged. She was being pestered by a strange man. He walked over and chased the man away. But because he touched the man's clothes, he was also drugged. "Leave now," he shouted. The daughter of Yuan family jumped out of the window. He was worried that he would do something irreversible. So, while he was still rational, he rushed over and locked the door. But no one expected Jiyu Jinyu to pass by. Jiyu Jinyu didn't know what happened. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, she went into the room to ask him what happened. His rationality had collapsed. In a daze, he heard Jiyu Jinyu's cries. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed himself in the thigh. At this moment, Grand Secretary Yuan finished talking with his colleagues and came up for the appointment. Grand Secretary Yuan had seen him and Jiyu Jinyu in disheveled clothes, and then he had seen the mess in the room. Only young Lady Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He had no idea what Grand Secretary Yuan was thinking, but Grand Secretary Yuan had left in a huff. This marriage was called off. Dukan laughed at himself. She doesn't have the right to marry me. Then who does? No one had the right. Brother was the best. He was the most outstanding man in the world. None of them were worthy of brother, but Zhuang Yueshi didn't dare to say these words. She could feel that brother was really angry. Brother might not want her anymore. She knelt down and grabbed Dukan's wrist. She sobbed, "Brother, don't you already have someone in your heart?" I know that brother isn't willing to marry her. Dukan was in a daze for a moment. Zhuang Yueshi cried, "Brother, I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Get out." Dukan lay down in a daze. He didn't pull back his arm. He didn't have the strength. It didn't matter. "I don't want to see you now. Brother." Zhuang Yueshi panicked. She had never been so scared. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls. "Get out." Dukan turned his back to her. He closed his eyes and didn't talk to her anymore. After Grand Secretary Yuan came out of Qingfeng brothel, he started to look for his granddaughter. He didn't find her nearby. He thought that his granddaughter went back and rushed back to the Grand Secretary's residence. The servant in the residence said, "Master, someone came just now and left a letter for you." Grand Secretary Yuan finished reading the letter and frowned. He drove the carriage to Bai Shui Alley. Little Jing Kong went for a chicken walk. Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshun went to learn. Xiao Liulang was at the Hanlin Academy explaining to a few scholars. Jiyu Jiao was in the room giving acupuncture to the little Daoist nun. The one who received him was Yarosha. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were of the same generation. Yarosha gave him a junior's greeting. Grand Secretary Yuan saw that she was pregnant and told her not to be so courteous. Yarosha didn't say that she was from Marquis Dingen Manor. She only said that her husband's surname was Jiyu. There were many people in the capital with the surname Jiyu. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't think that Shiyi was from Marquis Dingen Manor. He cupped his hands. "Madam Jiyu." Yarosha invited him to the central room. Granny Fang served tea. Yarosha warmly said, "Today, I went to Shunlai cloth shop near Cool Breeze brothel to make clothes. Unfortunately, I ran into young Miss Yuan who was injured and fainted on the side of the road. My daughter is a doctor, so I brought young Miss Yuan home to treat her. Young Miss Yuan has already woken up and is currently being treated in her room. Would Grand Secretary Yuan please wait for a moment?" Although Grand Secretary Yuan was worried about his granddaughter's safety, he did not act rudely. He once again cupped his hands and bowed, "Many thanks to Madam Jiyu for saving my life." Grand Secretary Yuan did not know that his granddaughter already knew someone from Marquis Dingen Manor. He only thought that his granddaughter had woken up and reported her identity. Only then did this family know to go to the manor to inform him. "Madam, son-in-law's books have been dried." Yu walked over from the rear courtyard while holding a large stack of books. Yarosha said, "Let me see." "Yes." Yu placed the dried books on the wooden table between Yarosha and Grand Secretary Yuan. She had only recently discovered that Xiao Liulang had too many books. Some of the books that she did not read often had become moist. Taking advantage of the hot weather these past few days, she took them out to dry. "This book needs to be dried a bit more." Yarosha handed a book that was still slightly moist to Yu. "All right, there's still a bit of sunlight. I'll take it to dry." Yu took the book and went to the rear courtyard. Grand Secretary Yuan was not in the mood to pry, but he was bored sitting and inadvertently glanced over. If he did not glance, he would not know. But once he did, He was shocked. How could a small family's home have a history book from the previous dynasty? The attraction of books to Grand Secretary Yuan was equivalent to the attraction of weapons to the old Marquis. That was something that could not be moved once they saw it. Grand Secretary Yuan's eyes were fixed on the book. Yarosha sensed his gaze and asked, "Does Grand Secretary Yuan want to take a look? Is it convenient?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "It's just a few books. There's nothing inconvenient about it," Yarosha said. Feng Lin and the others often came to borrow books from Xiao Liulang. The scholars in the alley would also come to borrow books. Xiao Liulang was always extremely generous. At first, Yarosha would inform him, but later on, he would let Yarosha make the decision herself. Xiao Liulang trusted and respected Yarosha. Of course, respect was mutual. Yarosha also cherished Xiao Liulang's things greatly. Grand Secretary Yuan was someone who cherished books. Grand Secretary Yuan picked up the book on the table and began to flip through it. Just now, he had only caught a glimpse, but now that he carefully flipped through it, he felt even more stunned. This was especially the case when he saw an ancient book related to the previous dynasty's second emperor, Wen Huizong. Inside, a large half of the Ode to Northern Yang was recorded. This book was missing a corner, and the missing part was filled in by a letter. On it was recorded the source of the excerpts from various great ancient books, history books, and other documents. The handwriting was still quite new, looking like it was written less than a year ago. In other words, a portion of this Ode to Northern Yang had indeed been lost, but it had been filled in through countless documents. Grand Secretary Yuan knew that it would be very difficult for him to do this. Wait, why would the source of Ode to Northern Yang be here? He remembered that there was also a history book in the library that mentioned Ode to Northern Yang. It was filled in by Royal Prince An. Could it be that this family had some kind of relationship with Royal Prince An? May I ask, where did this book come from? Yarosha smiled. This is my son-in-law's book. I am not sure where it came from either. Perhaps it was a gift from his great-uncle, or perhaps it was bought from the study room. How could the study room have bought it? This was clearly the only copy. Who filled in the second half of this Ode to Northern Yang? Grand Secretary Yuan pointed at the bookmark and asked. Yarosha looked at it and said, "This is my son-in-law's handwriting. Has this book ever been lent to anyone else?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "Is it this book?" "No." Yarosha shook her head. If it had been lent out, it wouldn't have been buried at the bottom of the chest and damp. Just as Grand Secretary Yuan wanted to ask who Madame Gu's son-in-law was, the little Daoist nun came out from the room. She had jumped down from the second floor and sprained her left foot. She was supported by Jiyu Jiao as she limped. Although Jiyu Jiao's face was damaged, Grand Secretary Yuan did not judge people based on their appearance. He also did not look down on Jiyu Jiao's status like other people did when they looked at female doctors. He solemnly thanked Jiyu Jiao and paid 5 taels of silver for the consultation fee. Only then did he bring his granddaughter back. After the two left, a tall and sturdy figure walked out of the study. He arrived in front of Yarosha and clasped his hands in greeting. "Many thanks, madam. I didn't do anything. However, do you really not plan on letting Grand Secretary Yuan know that you saved his granddaughter?" Yarosha did not even leave the house today. How could she have run into the injured young Miss Yuan? It was Jiyu Changqing who had brought her back. Yarosha looked at him and said, "My meaning is that you aren't young anymore, and you've saved young Miss Yuan twice. Even I feel that this is a rare type of fate." If you agree, I will personally come to propose marriage on your behalf. For Yarosha to be able to say that she would propose marriage on behalf of Jiyu Changqing, it could be seen that her ill feelings towards him had already been reduced by quite a bit. Perhaps she still had no way of being a mother who doted on him, but she could be a stepmother who did not lose her status. "Jiao Jiao, what do you think?" Yarosha looked towards her daughter, trying to pull her daughter into her camp. "Jiyu Jiao. How could urging someone to marry be the same thing as urging someone to marry?" Jiyu Jiao seriously thought for a bit. "Yuan, Young Miss Yuan is quite good. I like her, but the most important thing is that you like her." As she spoke, she looked towards Jiyu Changqing. Jiyu Changqing took a deep breath and slowly said, "I do not want to get married." He did not have any thoughts of getting married. His grandfather and grandmother appeared to be united, but were actually divided. His father and mother also did not have any feelings for each other. If he wanted to get married like them, then he would rather not marry for the rest of his life. Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin. "I couldn't tell that you were a person who did not believe in marriage." Chapter 327. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. Jiyu Changqing returned to Marquis Dingen Manor. Jiyu Chengfeng and Jiyu Chenglin had gone to the back of the mountain to pick fruit. He returned to his own room. He sat down by the bed. Without any outsiders, his unchanging ice face finally had a trace of expression. He knitted his eyebrows and took off his clothes. His neck, shoulders, and even the back of his hands and wrists were all covered in shocking scratches. There were even some places that had beads of blood. The beads of blood had dried and stuck to his clothes. When he peeled them off, the pain made him gasp. "Aya, air." The manservant carried the clothes that had just been taken from the clothesline and entered. He immediately saw Jiyu Changqing's neck covered in scratches. He was startled and asked, "Which little hoof did this?" Jiyu Changqing's eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled up the clothes. "Don't you know how to knock before coming in?" The manservant embarrassedly said, "This little one did not know that you had returned. This little one was just tidying up the room and went out to take in the clothes. Who would have thought that heir would return? Speaking of which, heir, what is with the injuries on your body? Which girl did this? Is it from outside the manor or from our manor?" He did not dare say little hoof again. "It has nothing to do with you." Jiyu Changqing calmly stood up and hung the sword at his waist on the rack. "Oh." The manservant came to the bedside and folded the clothes one by one. The ones that did not need to be folded were hung up in the cabinet. "Why is it a woman?" Jiyu Changqing suddenly spoke. The manservant said, "Does this even need to be said? It's obvious that it makes people scratch. Which man has fingernails?" Jiyu Changqing's eyes moved. "Don't speak nonsense." The manservant muttered, "If heir does not allow this little one to speak, then this little one will not speak." Jiyu Changqing stood in front of the sword rack. The places where he had been scratched were aching. It was different from the sharp and direct pain of a sword wound. This kind of pain was strange and unfamiliar. Jiyu Changqing closed his eyes as the image of her in the carriage flashed through his mind. The servant's eyes flashed as he asked cautiously, "But heir, why did you suddenly think it through?" Jiyu Changqing was puzzled. "What do you mean? Why did you suddenly think it through?" The manservant smiled embarrassedly. "I won't hide it from you. You haven't been close to women all these years. You don't even have a maid in your courtyard, and you don't want to talk about marriage. We are all guessing. Do you like men?" Jiyu Changqing's face darkened. "Get out." The servant shuddered and left resentfully. Then, he went to inform the old Duke and old Madame Jiyu that his heir was enlightened. His heir touched a woman. After several hours of treatment, Royal Prince An's injuries finally stabilized at night. After watching him drink his medicine, the manor doctor retreated. Imperial tutor Zhuang came to Royal Prince An's room. His expression was not very good. The two did not speak and the atmosphere was heavy. Imperial tutor Zhuang said, "I'll ask you one last time. Did you really do it?" Royal Prince An said, "It was me." No matter how many times grandfather asks, the answer will be the same. Imperial tutor Zhuang hated iron for not becoming steel. This grandson was his most important junior. He had placed the hopes of the Zhuang family's prosperity for the next 100 years on him. However, he destroyed his own future and made such a mistake. He suppressed his anger and said in a heavy voice, "The girl you took advantage of today is not some random girl from a small family on the streets. She can't be dismissed with a sum of money or a bit of power. That is the daughter of the Marquis of Ding and Fu. Even if she is an adopted daughter, she is still on the family tree. Not to mention, the old Marquis of Ding and Jiyu Changqing are both highly regarded by the emperor. You can't not acknowledge this debt. You need to give her a status. Royal Prince and weakly lay on the bed. His heart was like dead ashes as he said, as grandfather arranges. Either way, it wasn't her. What difference did it make if he married Miss Yuan or Miss Jiyu? The next day, Imperial tutor Zhuang sent a housekeeper to the Marquis of Ding and Fu to explain his intentions to the old Marquis and old Madame Jiyu. My master has said that he is willing to let the royal prince take Miss Jiyu as a secondary princess. Once these words were said, old Madame Jiyu was happy. With the Marquis of Ding and Fu's position in the capital, to be able to marry into the Zhuang family was them climbing up the social ladder. Even if it was the position of secondary princess, it would not be a disgrace to Jiyu Jinyu. The old Marquis's face sank. This is your Zhuang family's Ding and Fu's explanation. You are bullying the Marquis of Ding and Fu because they no longer have the Jiyu family army and no military power. So you can humiliate them as you wish. The housekeeper faintly smiled. What is old Marquis Jiyu saying? The imperial tutor does not have any intentions of disrespecting the Marquis of Ding and Fu. It's just that the news in the capital has already spread. This Miss Jiyu is not the flesh and blood of Marquis Jiyu and Marquis Madam. She was brought into the Marquis Fu by mistake. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but my family's young master was personally conferred the title of royal prince by the emperor. He was a hostage in the country of Chen for 10 years on behalf of the crown prince and made great contributions to the country of Zhao. How could his official wife be someone that a peasant girl from the countryside could hold the position? Not to mention that not long ago, Miss Jiyu caused a great disaster. I heard that Miss Jiyu first falsely claimed the credit for the bellows and then stole the credit for the mortar. Furthermore, she secretly modified the bellows, harming countless craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and causing great losses to the Ministry of Works. To say something disgraceful, Miss Jiyu and the Marquis of Ding and Fu's heir are not related by blood. Then, is old Marquis willing to allow the heir to take a woman with Miss Gu's character as his official wife? How could that wicked girl be worthy of Chang Qing? Old Madame Jiyu could not hold back her anger as she opened her mouth. Just as she finished speaking, she received an icy gaze from the old Marquis. She realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her eyes flashed and she picked up her teacup to drink tea. The housekeeper knew that he had already won the situation and did not say anything else. He cupped his hands in greeting. If old Marquis and old Madam do not have any objections to this marriage, then this one will return to report to the imperial tutor. Old Madame Jiyu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was instantly silenced by the old Marquis's icy gaze. The housekeeper proudly swaggered off. In reality, he was still not very happy. Secondary consort? Was Jiyu Jinyu, that woman with a terrible reputation, worthy? She had gotten off lightly. Old master. Old Madame Jiyu realized that her slip of the tongue had caused them to lose the situation. At this moment, she did not dare to complain and only said, actually, that child Jinyu is still considerate. Although she has made many mistakes, she has already turned over a new leaf. She even went to Ciu Manor a few days ago. With old master and imperial concubine Shu supporting her, I think that even if she is a secondary consort, the Zhuang family will not mistreat her. But the old Marquis could not accept the status of a secondary consort. He had never thought of using his own child to climb up the social ladder, but he had a principle: the Jiyu family's daughter would rather marry a commoner as a wife than marry into a noble family as a concubine. A secondary consort sounded more noble than a concubine, but she was not the main wife after all. The old Marquis went to Jiyu Jinyu's courtyard. Jiyu Jinyu was recuperating in her room. Her face was pale and she looked haggard. The old Marquis asked her, "Let me ask you, if I can suppress this matter, are you willing to marry someone else?" Jiyu Jinyu knelt down in front of the old Marquis and said with reddened eyes, "Jinyu and the Duke have already had physical contact. How can I still have the face to marry someone else?" If the Zhuang family does not admit it, Jinyu can go to the nunnery and become a nun. The old marquis frowned and sighed. No matter how much he did not dote on her, he would not let anyone trample on the reputation of the marquis's family. Moreover, this matter was the Zhuang family's fault. They had bullied her but did not want to take responsibility. Instead, they forced the Jiyu family's daughter to become a nun in the nunnery. The old marquis immediately went to the palace, but was told that the emperor had left with eunuch He. When will His Majesty return? The old marquis asked eunuch Wei at the entrance of the palace. Eunuch Wei said, "This servant is not sure. Does the old marquis have an urgent matter to discuss with His Majesty?" It was indeed urgent. The old marquis was worried that Grand Tutor Zhuang would inform Empress Dowager Zhuang in advance and have her issue an imperial edict to make Jiyu Jinyu a secondary consort. Then it would be too late to say anything. The old marquis said, "There is indeed an urgent matter." Ah! Eunuch Wei thought for a moment and said, "This servant cannot tell you where His Majesty is. If the old marquis trusts this servant is willing to convey the message on behalf of the old marquis." This was the only way. The old marquis cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei." 2 hours later, a carriage stopped outside the nunnery. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage. The emperor was feeding concubine Jing medicine in the meditation room. Concubine Jing sat at the head of the bed, covered with a thin layer of mattress. "I'll do it myself," she said. "It's not a serious illness. It's just a cold. Why did Your Majesty have to come?" The emperor frowned. "If I hadn't arranged for people to protect Mother in secret, I wouldn't have known that she was ill. Mother used to fool me like this in the past. She hid everything from me." Concubine Jing smiled faintly. "People will always have this and that when they get older. How can they be the same as when they were young? Your Majesty is the ruler of a country and has many affairs to attend to every day. There's no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter." The emperor snorted. "Says who? I see that the Empress Dowager's health is very good. She's even more robust than before." Concubine Jing was startled. She hadn't expected the emperor to suddenly mention the Empress Dowager. She smiled. "It's a blessing for Zhao Nation that the Empress Dowager is healthy. Your Majesty has been working hard these past few years, and the Empress Dowager has shared much of Your Majesty's burden." The emperor snorted. "Mother, you don't have to speak for her." Concubine Jing smiled. "I'm not speaking for her. We entered the palace together and have known each other for so many years. How can I not know her personality? She has a sharp tongue and is unforgiving. Her heart is with Your Majesty." The emperor said coldly, "If she really is with me, she should hand over the power of the court and live out her life peacefully in Runshou Palace." All right, I won't say any more. The medicine is getting cold." Concubine Jing picked up the bowl and began drinking. The emperor watched over her quietly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the wooden hairpin on the old concubine's head. He frowned slightly. Mother may be a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, but her life is too simple. She doesn't even have a decent hairpin. Unlike the Empress Dowager, who wears a high hat and wide belt and is surrounded by pearls and jade. She's extremely extravagant. Concubine Jing opened her mouth, but stopped in the end. She continued drinking the medicine. The emperor glanced at the bare table and asked Nanny Cai, who was waiting on the side, "Are there no candied fruits in the room?" Nanny Cai smiled awkwardly. "Grand Imperial Concubine doesn't eat that." The emperor snorted. "Mother is too hardworking. There are at least 10 types of candied fruits in Runshou Palace." Concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled. She finished the medicine in one breath and handed the empty bowl to Nanny Cai. She then wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and said in amusement, "Your Majesty, you keep mentioning the Empress Dowager today." The emperor choked. "Did I?" "Yes." Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. The emperor snorted. "That's because she went too far. I'm so angry that my head hurts. I only hope to take away her real power as soon as possible. That way, I can take mother back to the palace with peace of mind. You. Concubine Jing shook her head helplessly. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei is here. A young eunuch entered the room to report. The emperor asked, what is he here for? Concubine Jing said, let's go take a look. It must be something important. The emperor returned after half an hour with a serious expression. What is it, Your Majesty? Concubine Jing sat on the bed and asked. The emperor had always told Concubine Jing everything he knew. He sighed and said, Jiyu Chao came to ask for an imperial edict. He wants me to appoint a marriage between his granddaughter and royal prince, and Concubine Jing was startled. Old Marquis Dingen? Why would he marry into the Zhuang family? The two families were loyal to different camps. Although they weren't at odds with each other, the marriage wasn't their first choice. The emperor said helplessly, royal prince, and took advantage of Miss Jiyu, but he didn't want to give her the position of princess consort. Jiyu Chao isn't after fame or power, but he couldn't take it lying down. He felt that the Zhuang family had gone too far and didn't apologize at all. Concubine Jing was silent for a while. I've heard of Royal Princeton, but I didn't expect him to do something like this. The emperor said, to be honest, I'm surprised as well. Concubine Jing looked at his expression and asked, Your Majesty doesn't agree to this marriage? The emperor nodded. To be honest, Mother, I'm a bit hesitant. Concubine Jing asked gently, Is Your Majesty worried that the marriage will be disadvantageous to Your Majesty? The emperor shook his head. No, Jiyu Chao isn't that kind of person. Besides, Jiyu Jinyu isn't Jiyu Chao's biological granddaughter. She's just a peasant girl who was brought home by mistake. The emperor believed that the old marquis wouldn't change his position for her. Concubine Jing thought for a while. Then, Your Majesty is worried that the Empress Dowager won't agree? The emperor's expression turned cold at the mention of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager doesn't know about this, and I don't intend to ask for her opinion. There would be no room for negotiation if she asked. Either they didn't do it, or they had to seize the opportunity. Then what is Your Majesty worried about? Concubine Jing asked. The emperor hesitated for a while, but still said, that girl got into trouble before, so her reputation isn't good. Most importantly, she stole the credit of the young divine doctor. The emperor couldn't stand it, so he didn't want to praise Jiyu Jinyu. Concubine Jing didn't ask what kind of trouble she'd gotten into. She paused, then asked with a smile, Has she changed? The emperor grunted. I heard that she's turned over a new leaf. She even went to see Ai Yozhuang behind her family's back and took care of the children there without complaint. She even fainted from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled warmly. Your Majesty, it's great to know one's mistakes and mend them. Besides, the old Marquis of Dingen has worked hard and performed a great service. He didn't hesitate to dismiss the Jiyu army and bear the infamy. If Your Majesty can't even agree to such a small request, it'll be too disappointing for the old Marquis. The emperor thought about it carefully. The old Marquis had indeed never asked him for anything. It would be a bit unkind of him to turn him down when he finally opened his mouth. Concubine Jing continued, speaking of which, the old Marquis saved my life back then. There was such a thing. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing in astonishment. Concubine Jing lowered her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. That was before I entered the palace. I went to the temple to burn incense and encountered mounted bandits on my way back. Fortunately, the old Marquis helped me chase them away. Otherwise, I might have lost my life in the wilderness. The emperor said in a daze, I've never heard Mother mention it. Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. At that time, I was selected as a concubine and wasn't allowed to leave the residence. I snuck out. It's all because I was young and naughty. The emperor was enlightened. I see. He pondered for a moment, then said, I'll give the old Marquis' request some thought. Millimeter Concubine Jing nodded with a smile. The emperor and Concubine Jing chatted for a while before Eunuch he came in and urged, Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace. Concubine Jing looked at the dark sky, a trace of reluctance flashing through her eyes. She patted the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, let's return to the palace. The emperor sighed and said to Eunuch He, where's the safety talisman I asked you to ask for? Eunuch He quickly took out a brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to the emperor. I got it. It was blessed by Abbot Liao Yuan. Concubine Jing looked at the safety talisman that seemed to emit endless Buddhist aura. This is, oh, the emperor said. It's for the Empress Dowager. Concubine Jing was startled. Eunuch Wei smiled. The Empress Dowager didn't sleep a night because she took care of your Majesty and fell ill from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled. It's rare for you and your son to let bygones be bygones. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing and said, Mother is my mother. She's only the Empress Dowager. This safety talisman is a gift from the monarch to the Empress Dowager, not a gift from the son. Moreover, I can't hide my whereabouts from her. Instead of letting her make trouble for Mother, it's better for me to tell her that I'm here to ask for a safety talisman for her and to visit Mother. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. The Empress Dowager won't do anything to me. Your Majesty is overthinking it. Chapter 328. In the evening, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy ended school. Jiyu Xiaoshun went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Lu. Jiyu Yang asked for a leave of absence because he was not feeling well. Of course, he was not really feeling unwell. He deliberately asked for a leave of absence to carry out the plan of the anti-brother-in-law Justice Alliance with little Jing Kong. Why hasn't the little monk come back yet? Jiyu Yang paced back and forth in the courtyard. Yarosha found it funny and asked, You don't feel unwell anymore? Jiyu Yang coughed softly, I'm getting some fresh air. I feel much better now. Yarosha knew that he deliberately skipped class, but she did not say anything because of his physical condition. Yarosha was getting older. Jiyu Yang did not feel hot, but she was so hot that she was sweating. She went back to her room to take a bath. Jiyu Yang looked around at the door. She didn't know how long she had been looking around, but the little monk finally came back. Why are you so late? Jiyu Yang asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Isn't it because granduncle is too late? I said that I can come back by myself, but granduncle was worried and insisted that I wait for him. The Imperial College was not far from the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong walked there every day. He would not get lost even if he closed his eyes. But adults and children always had different ideas. His safety zone was this alley. The adults in his family would not be at ease if he went any further than this. Jiyu Yang looked at the two ends of the alley and pulled little Jing Kong's hand. Okay, let's not talk about this first. Sister and brother-in-law will be back soon. This meant that the two of them were going to start doing bad things secretly. But it was their first time, so they had to think about it carefully. Today, the medical center and the Imperial College were not busy. Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang arrived home very early. After arriving home, Xiao Liulang went to the study to check little Jing Kong's homework. He did his homework faster than Jiyu Yang, so he usually checked his homework first. Jiyu Jiao went to the kitchen. Jiyu Yang narrowed his eyes and sneaked a peek into the kitchen. He found his sister making salted tofu pudding. Are you addicted to sending salted bean curd to brother-in-law? He was actually making tofu with his own hands. Jiyu Yang's heart was filled with jealousy. Little Jing Kong slipped out of the study room on the pretext of going to the washroom. The two little rascals hid behind the crabapple tree and exchanged the information they had gathered. Little Jing Kong said fiercely, Jiao Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy to pick up my bad brother-in-law. They went home together. Jiyu Yang was furious. His sister didn't even pick him up and send him to school. Jiyu Yang gritted his teeth and said, Sister is making salted tofu pudding for brother-in-law again. It's not like we have a share. Little Jing Kong suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. Jiao Jiao. Great uncle is calling you. Little Jing Kong came out of the kitchen and said to Jiyu Jiao with a cute face. Jiyu Jiao put down the spoon and said, "Oh, okay. I'll go over then." As soon as she left, the two little rascals came in. They looked at each other and smiled mischievously. They picked up the jar of seasoning and poured it into the tofu pudding. Add some salt, chili sauce, star anise, pepper, and this. Jiyu Yang took out a jar from the innermost part of the cupboard. Lotus seed heart. It's super bitter. Little Jing Kong pretended to roll his eyes and fall to the ground. He got up and laughed until his whole body trembled. After the two of them were done, they had just put the last jar back into the cupboard when Jiyu Jiao returned. She said in shock, "Granduncle didn't call me just now." Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said seriously, "Maybe I heard wrongly. What are the two of you doing here?" Jiyu Jiao asked. Their eyes flashed. Jiyu Yang said calmly, "Oh, didn't you make tofu pudding for brother-in-law? We'll bring it over for you." Little Jing Kong quickly said, "Yes, we'll bring it over for Jiao Jiao." Jiyu Jiao said, "Oh, I didn't make tofu pudding for your brother-in-law. I made it for the two of you. Last time, I only bought tofu pudding for your brother-in-law and didn't buy it for the two of you. You seemed to be disappointed, so I came back early today and made a bowl for you. You came at the right time. Hurry up and eat." The two of them looked at the dark cuisine that they had destroyed with countless seasonings and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The two little rascals wanted to cry but had no tears. Was it too late to regret? Boo-hoo. Jiyu Jiao looked at the two people whose expressions were gradually falling apart and asked strangely, "What's wrong? Don't you like my tofu pudding?" Boo-hoo. They couldn't not like it. Otherwise, they would lose to their bad brother-in-law. They loved Jiao Jiao more than their bad brother-in-law. The two of them took out their small bowls and Jiyu Yang scooped a big spoonful for little Jing Kong. "You're the younger brother. You should eat more." Little Jing Kong scooped a bigger spoonful for Jiyu Yang. In ancient times, Jing Kong gave you pears. Today, Jing Kong gave you tofu pudding. "Brother Yang, eat more." Jiyu Yang said, "No, you should eat more. You have to grow taller." Little Jing Kong said, "I'm still young. I can grow taller slowly. Brother Yang, it's more important for you to take care of your body. Come on, let's hurt each other." The first action of the alliance against brother-in-law ended in failure. Until the end of the meal, Jiyu Yang and little Jing Kong's noses were not noses and eyes were not eyes. Little Jing Kong turned his face away. Jiyu Yang also turned his face away. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why are they fighting again? After dinner, Jiyu Jiao continued to study her gunpowder. Halfway through, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin was old, but he still jumped down from the carriage and almost fell on his back. Eunuch Qin, slow down. Jiyu Xiaoshun, who happened to be at the door, helped him up. Eunuch Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoshun." "Brother Xiaoshun, is your sister here?" "Yes. She's in the backyard," Jiyu Xiaoshun said and shouted inside, "Sister, someone is looking for you." "It's Eunuch Qin." Jiyu Jiao put away the bottles on the ground, stood up and looked at Eunuch Qin who was walking hurriedly. "Eunuch Qin, it's already so late. Is Grandaunt looking for me?" Eunuch Qin said anxiously, "Oh, yes. No." Jiyu Jiao asked, "Is it yes or no?" Eunuch Qin pinched himself. "Look at my mouth, I don't know how to speak when I'm anxious. It's like this, Miss Jiyu." The Empress Dowager got a fish bone stuck in her throat while she was eating. "The imperial physicians couldn't do anything about it, so I came to find you." "All right, I'll go to the palace with you now." Jiyu Jiao returned to the east room, took her medicine box, and left with Eunuch Qin. But before she could get into the carriage, another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage with an anxious expression. "Miss Jiyu. Miss Jiyu." Jiyu Jiao made a sound of surprise. "Eunuch Wei also came to find me?" Eunuch Wei said breathlessly, "His Majesty. His Majesty invites Miss Jiyu to Pure Flowers Palace. Someone is injured." Eunuch Qin grabbed Jiyu Jiao's sleeve. "Miss Jiyu, go see the Empress Dowager first." What happened to the Empress Dowager? Eunuch Wei didn't wait for Eunuch Qin's reply and grabbed Jiyu Jiao's other sleeve. It's a matter of life and death. Miss Jiyu, come with this old servant to Pure Flower's palace first. Eunuch Qin said seriously, the Empress Dowager's life is also at stake. She's already coughing up blood. The main reason was that the Empress Dowager didn't take the fish bone seriously at first and used the traditional method to swallow a few mouthfuls of rice. In the end, she didn't manage to swallow the fish bone and cut her throat instead. Jiyu Jiao said to Eunuch Wei, it'll be quick to remove the fish bone. I'll come over once I'm done. Eunuch Wei raised his hand. But there were no buts. Jiyu Jiao got into Eunuch Qin's carriage. Eunuch Qin sighed in relief. The Empress Dowager didn't dote on Miss Jiyu for nothing. However, someone was injured. Who was injured that made His Majesty so anxious? The two of them went to Runshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in great pain. There was something stuck in her throat and it hurt when she swallowed. The Empress Dowager's phoenix body was a serious matter and the imperial physicians didn't dare to blindly pry open her mouth. Fortunately, Jiyu Jiao had come. All the imperial physicians felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Jiyu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out gloves and put them on. Then, she picked out a pair of cold tweezers. I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tweezers and felt terrible. It'll be quick. It won't hurt at all. Jiyu Jiao coaxed. No, I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded and refused. Jiyu Jiao turned to look at everyone. Eunuch Qin, you can leave first. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you're not allowed to leave. Eunuch Qin coughed softly and left with the imperial physicians and servants. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Am I still your Empress Dowager? What happened to being frightened by the wind? Empress Dowager Zhuang covered her mouth and jumped down from the phoenix bed. Jiyu Jiao chased her all over the bedroom. The two of them were playing a game of cat and mouse. Eunuch Qin looked at the figure projected on the window paper and shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch this. In the end, Jiyu Jiao caught up to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She covered her mouth tightly. I don't want to. Jiyu Jiao coaxed. All right, I won't use it. Can I just take a look? Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Then give it to me. Jiyu Jiao obediently gave her the tweezers. Open your mouth and let me see if I can use medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang gaped. A silver light flashed, and with a whoosh, Jiyu Jiao used another pair of tweezers to remove the fishbone from her body. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Jiyu Jiao said, all right, it's fine. However, your throat is broken and you need to rest for a while. Don't use your throat too much and eat a light diet. As she spoke, she said to the door, Eunuch Qin, come in. Eunuch Qin happily walked into the bedroom. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly glared at a certain person. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck and hid behind Jiyu Jiao. On the other side, Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace alone. He was the only one with the emperor, so he couldn't help but become angry. What happened? Where's the little divine doctor? Didn't we tell you to invite her here no matter what? Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, this servant went to invite her, but, the little divine doctor, the emperor coldly said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't stutter. Eunuch Wei steeled his heart and said, the Empress Dowager is also sick. The little divine doctor was called away by Eunuch Qin. The emperor laughed mockingly. He slammed his fist on the table and sneered, didn't she recover from her cold long ago? When we went to give her the protective talisman, she was still hale and hearty. How did she become sick so quickly that she needed to call a doctor? Are there no imperial physicians in the palace? Eunuch Wei thought for a moment. I heard it was an accident. A fishbone got stuck. The emperor's smile became even more mocking. Last time, she was so sick that she couldn't bear to tell the little divine doctor. Now, she called the little divine doctor to the palace for a mere fishbone. Do you think she did it on purpose? Does she know? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. The emperor clenched his fists. Fine, since she did it once, then don't blame us for returning the favor. Your Majesty, Miss Gu has arrived. The eunuch outside the door reported. The emperor gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and personally went to Pure Flower's palace to welcome Jiyu Jiao in. Jiyu Jiao only knew that someone in Pure Flower's palace was injured, but she didn't know who it was. It wasn't until she entered the side hall of Pure Flower's palace that she realized that the person who needed her treatment was Grand Concubine Jing. Jiyu Jiao didn't ask why Grand Concubine Jing, who was supposed to be staying in the nunnery, had appeared in the emperor's sleeping quarters. Moreover, it seemed that Runshou Palace didn't know about this. Otherwise, Eunuch Qin wouldn't have grumbled all the way here. Jiyu Jiao looked at the unconscious Grand Concubine Jing. Oh, husband only said not to go to the nunnery in the future. He didn't say that she couldn't go to Pure Flower's palace. To round it off, he was allowed to make a house call today. Jiyu Jiao placed the medicine box on the table and began to examine Grand Concubine Jing's injuries. What's wrong with her? Jiyu Jiao asked. The emperor looked at Grand Concubine Jing and said with heartache, Mother fell. She went to pick some fruit for us and accidentally rolled down the stairs. There was a small orchard behind the nunnery. It was filled with seasonal fruits. Grand Concubine Jing would pick some of the fruits and have them sent to the emperor's palace every season. The emperor took the initiative to talk about the reason Grand Concubine Jing had entered the palace. We went to visit Mother today and heard this bad news as soon as we returned. We couldn't feel at ease, so we ordered people to bring Mother back to the palace to recuperate. Her injuries aren't serious, Jiyu Jiao said. The emperor's gaze deepened. But we're worried that something else might happen to her. It wasn't easy to guess. Was he saying that Grand Concubine Jing was prone to accidents due to her old age, or that there was someone secretly plotting against her and creating accidents for her? Jiyu Jiao didn't ask, either. Grand Concubine Jing's right elbow, left palm, and right thigh and knee had various degrees of abrasions. There was also a slight fever, so the diagnosis was that she had caught a cold recently. Jiyu Jiao wrote a prescription and had Eunuch Wei go get the medicine. Brew one medicine a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, and take it after meals. Does the emperor not need to pay for the consultation? The emperor, who almost choked to death. Jiyu Jiao left expressionlessly after taking the 50 taels of silver. Grand Concubine Jing slowly woke up and sucked in a cold breath, probably from the pain all over her body. The emperor sensed the movement and quickly walked over to sit by the bed. Mother. Grand Concubine Jing pressed her groggy head. It was so noisy just now. Did someone offend His Majesty? Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor nervously. The emperor tucked in Grand Concubine Jing's blankets and said, No, Mother must have misheard. No one offended us. Just now, us was discussing Mother's condition with the physician. It's us fault for disturbing Mother. Eunuch Wei's expression relaxed. His Majesty still doted on the little divine doctor. Chapter 329. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Old Concubine Jing shook her head weakly. All right, I'm fine now. I should go back. Your Majesty, please don't bring me into the palace for no reason in the future. Since I've already become a monk, I will stay in the nunnery for the rest of my life to accompany the Buddha. The emperor said, if Imperial Concubine Mother wants to worship Buddha, it doesn't matter where. We will build a nunnery for Imperial Concubine Mother in the palace. In the future, Imperial Concubine Mother can worship Buddha in the palace. This will make it easier for us to take care of Imperial Concubine Mother. Old Concubine Jing's expression changed slightly. She grabbed the emperor's hand and said seriously, You absolutely cannot do this. The emperor patted the back of her hand. We have already made up our mind. Before moving into the nunnery, Imperial Concubine Mother will stay in Pure Flower's palace. No one can harm imperial concubine mother, not even that person from Runshou Palace. Hong-er. Old concubine Jing called him by his name in her anxiety. This was actually a big taboo. In the palace, the only person who had the right to call him by his name was Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor naturally didn't mind this. He and old concubine Jing were very close. In his heart, old concubine Jing was no different from his birth mother. No matter what the rules were, he was still old concubine Jing's son. Old concubine Jing definitely had the right to call him Hong-er. He held old concubine Jing's hand and said seriously, "We should have brought imperial concubine mother back long ago. We have endured time and time again in exchange for Runshou Palace getting worse. Now, Runshou Palace is brazenly framing imperial concubine mother. Since imperial concubine mother is no longer safe outside the palace, we might as well move in openly. We will protect imperial concubine mother even if we have to risk our lives." At morning court the next day, the emperor announced two important matters. One was the marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Jiyu Jinyu, the daughter of the Marquis of Dingan's household. The other was that imperial concubine Jing would be brought back to the palace and renovated a nunnery for her alone. Jiyu Jinyu clearly wasn't a match for Zhuang Yuheng, and Grand Concubine Jing's return to the palace was clearly against the rules of etiquette. The court instantly exploded. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry. He really did not expect His Majesty to appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Jiyu Jinyu. Even if he used his heels, he could guess that it was that old fellow, Jiyu Chao, who had gone to the emperor to ask for grace. Jiyu Chao is really shameless. He actually dared to report this matter to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang was flustered. From the Marquis's point of view, shouldn't it be Grand Tutor Zhuang who should be ashamed? The one who did the wrong thing was Prince An, not Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu was just a victim. The old Marquis was stubborn and pedantic in certain respects, but in such matters he was more open-minded and penetrating than most people. If it was someone else, and their young lady's reputation was ruined and she could no longer get married, they would only wish that the other party would accept their young lady, even if it was to be a concubine. However, the old Marquis refused. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. The victim should seek justice, and the perpetrator should pay the price. Grand Tutor Zhuang stepped out of the ranks and said seriously, "Reporting to Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inappropriate. Your Majesty, please take back the decree." The emperor sat on the dragon throne and said with a dignified gaze, "What is Grand Tutor Zhuang saying is inappropriate? Is it inappropriate to appoint a marriage for your grandson, or is it inappropriate to renovate the nunnery for concubine Jing in the palace?" Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at where Empress Dowager Zhuang was listening to the state affairs from behind the curtain. He gathered his courage and said, "May I ask if Your Majesty has something to discuss with the Empress Dowager?" The emperor smiled faintly and said mockingly, "Genevan has to report to the Empress Dowager about such trivial matters as appointing a marriage and renovating a nunnery. Zhen actually doesn't know when the country of Great Zhao changed its surname to Zhuang." Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed, and he knelt down with the ceremonial tablet. "This official definitely does not have such intentions. Your Majesty, please understand." The officials all had different expressions. Even though this was the truth and half of Zhao country was in the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone was well aware of this and would not truly expose the truth. The emperor had completely pulled down the last fig leaf of the imperial family. What did he want to do? Completely fall out with Empress Dowager Zhuang? The civil and military officials stood in the solemn throne room. Suddenly, they had a feeling that a storm was coming. The emperor smiled very casually and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting slightly above him. His gaze passed through the beaded curtain and fell on the figure of the Empress Dowager. "So, without discussing it with Imperial Mother, I don't even have the right to appoint a marriage and renovate a nunnery. Does Imperial Mother also think this way?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just sat there calmly. The emperor laughed, but it wasn't that she had to answer. The emperor turned to look at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was kneeling in the hall, and his smile gradually froze. Grand Tutor Zhuang knows why Zhen would appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Miss Ji Yu. Or does Grand Tutor Zhuang not mind if Zhen announces the marriage to the public? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. If it was announced to the public, wouldn't it let the civil and military officials and the whole world know that Zhuang Yuheng had lost his virtue? At that time, Zhuang Yuheng's nearly 20 years of good reputation would be destroyed. Not everyone could stand at the peak of power with a bad reputation. Only Marquis Shenping was an exception in the 6 countries. Zhuang Yuheng still cared about his reputation, or rather, the Zhuang family cared about their reputation. The emperor hadn't said anything, but the civil and military officials had already begun to whisper. Even Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that the way they looked at him had changed. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't dare to object. He kowtowed and said in pain and humiliation, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." After the court was dismissed, Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He walked to the front of the carriage and stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the gauze curtain. Why didn't Empress Dowager stop His Majesty? Is Empress Dowager going to watch Heng marry Jiyu Jinyu, that woman with a bad reputation? In comparison, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have to worry about whether old concubine Jing would return to the palace. She was just an old concubine without power and influence. The situation was set, and she couldn't be made another Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression was uncertain. Eunuch Qin bowed slightly to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage left. When they returned to Runshou Palace, the carriage landed steadily. Eunuch Qin stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his arm and walked down the carriage. He helped Empress Dowager Zhuang walk to her bedroom. As they walked, he said, "Is Empress Dowager giving the Zhuang family a warning? I remember that Empress Dowager once said to Grand Tutor that the world belongs to the Qin family, and the country belongs to the Qin family. Today's events have finally allowed Grand Tutor Zhuang to personally experience this." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted coldly. Eunuch Qin was stunned. He was familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone. She was clearly mocking him. He widened his eyes. "Isn't it? Then why didn't you say anything?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "Jiao Jiao told me not to use my voice." Eunuch Qin was speechless. That's it. That's it. The marriage between Jiyu Jinyu and Prince An quickly spread. In less than a day, everyone knew that she was going to marry Prince An. Is she going to be a concubine? Or a secondary consort? Neither. "I heard that she's going to be the official consort. In the future, she'll be carried back to the Zhuang family by 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gift." The students of the girls' school were stunned. Of course, they were also jealous. Jiyu Jinyu's reputation in the capital was not bad. But later, she made mistakes one after another. First, her identity was exposed. Then, she was greedy for credit. She messed with the bellows, causing many workers in the Ministry of Works to be injured. There were even people who said that she did not invent the bellows. She claimed credit for someone else. In short, her reputation was terrible. She had not come to the girls' school for a few months. Everyone guessed that she was too ashamed to come out. But they did not expect that the next time they heard news of her was that she was going to marry Prince An as his consort. Before the appearance of the new top scorer, Prince An was the dream lover of all the girls in the capital. He was still the dream lover. After all, the new top scorer was already taken, but Prince An was theirs. Whoever Prince An married as his consort was destined to become the public enemy of all the daughters in the capital. And Jiyu Jinyu made everyone hate her to the maximum. How could a woman with such a bad moral character be worthy of royal Prince An, who was a noble and talented man? The heavens must be blind. But no matter how much they scolded Jiyu Jinyu was still a woman they could not be jealous of. The news soon reached Marquis Ding and Fu. At Ding and Fu, Marquis Jiyu, who had been ordered to build a residence for Empress Dowager Zhuang, finally welcomed his first break. He had been at the construction site for the past few days, supervising day and night. He had lost a layer of skin from the sun and had lost a lot of weight. He first returned to the Fu, planning to pay respects to the old Marquis and old Madame Jiyu. Then, he went to Jade Water Alley to visit Yarrow Shure and his son. In the end, he heard old Madame Jiyu say that Jiyu Jinyu's marriage had been decided. The other party was Prince, and old Madame Jiyu had told him that the old Marquis was not in the Fu. Marquis Gu's first reaction was shock. After all, whether it was from the perspective of a well-matched family or from the perspective of a battle between factions, the two families were not very compatible. His second reaction was pleasant surprise. Because whether it was appearance, character, or family background, there were not many in the capital who were more outstanding than Prince An. If his daughter could really marry him, then it would be a perfect marriage. As for the battle between factions, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps after Prince An inherited the Zhuang family, he would be willing to join the Emperor's camp for his daughter's sake. His Jinyu was so gentle and virtuous. There was probably no man in the world who would be willing to harm her. Marquis Jiyu admired it for a while before taking big strides over. Yang father is here. His gaze fell on Jiyu Jiao and he called out Jiao Jiao with great reluctance. The siblings glanced at him and continued to fix the swing. Marquis Jiyu looked at himself and then at his feet. He had come in, right? He was in a good mood today and did not argue with the two little fellows. He walked over in high spirits and rubbed Jiyu Yang's head. You've grown taller. Don't touch me. Jiyu Yang frowned and moved his hand away. Marquis Jiyu did not mind and smiled. I'm here to see you and have good news to tell you. Jinyu is getting married and Yang is going to have a second brother-in-law soon. That brother-in-law is not someone a poor scholar from the countryside can compare to. Jiyu Yang said coldly. I only have one brother-in-law. You say that because you don't know who your second brother-in-law is. When I tell you his identity, you'll want him to be your brother-in-law as soon as possible. Marquis Jiyu paused, took a deep breath, and said with pride, he is. Commandery Prince An. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Marquis Jiyu raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the twins, but they had already walked far away. One went to the east room and the other went to the central room. Marquis Jiyu, who had been treated like heir, Empress Dowager Zhuang's throat was injured, so Jiyu Jiao went to the palace to visit her in the afternoon. When she passed by the imperial garden, Jiyu Jiao bumped into the emperor, who had come from Pure Flower's palace. The emperor's eyes lit up when he saw her. They had argued yesterday, but he selfishly felt that they should make up today. Who would have thought that Jiyu Jiao would turn her head and walk away with a cold expression on her face? The emperor, Grand Concubine Jing, who was being helped out by Eunuch Wei, saw this scene and asked softly, was that Miss Jiyu? Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Eunuch Wei had made a fool of himself in front of Jiyu Jiao because Jiyu Jiao was also there when he went to visit Grand Concubine Jing. He could no longer hide his identity as a eunuch, and his identity as the emperor was exposed. In any case, Grand Concubine Jing had seen Jiyu Jiao before, so it wasn't strange for her to recognize her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of something and asked, was the physician who came to the palace to treat me last night Miss Jiyu? Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei nodded with an embarrassed smile. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before smiling. His Majesty really dotes on Miss Jiyu. Eunuch Wei smiled. Miss Gu's medical skills are excellent and she's smart. His Majesty does indeed think highly of her. He used the word think highly of her, implying that there was no romantic relationship between men and women. At this time, the emperor walked over dejectedly like a defeated rooster. He adjusted his expression when he saw Grand Concubine Jing and said calmly, I'll accompany Imperial Mother to sit in the pavilion for a while. The mother and son sat down in the pavilion, and Eunuch Wei served them tea and snacks. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the emperor, who was frowning, and said in amusement, the last time I saw your Majesty get the cold shoulder was when Ningen was in the palace. I remember that Ningen practiced her calligraphy for an entire afternoon and showed it off to your majesty, but your majesty mocked her for being ugly. Ningen ran to my place and ignored your majesty for several days. That was when the emperor had just ascended the throne. Grand concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery. Princess Ningen was still in the main harem. There weren't many people who dared to give the emperor such a hard time. Grand concubine Jing pointed at the left side of her face. Your majesty, do you remember that Ningen was naughty when she was young? She climbed a tree to pick peaches and ended up falling down. The left side of her face was broken and left behind a small scar. The scar has faded by the time she grew up, but girls like to look pretty, so she always put a flower on it. It's red and looks like a begonia. The birthmark on Miss Gu's left face is similar to Ningen's flower. I think of Ningen every time I see her. The emperor was stunned. The emperor hadn't thought of Ningen when he saw Jiyu Jiao, but after Grand Concubine Jing's words, he felt that there were some similarities between the two. Could it be that he liked the little miracle doctor so much because he thought of her as Ningen's substitute? Chapter 330. Jiyu Jiao entered Runshou Palace by showing her face. All the masters and servants of Runshou Palace knew her and knew that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's favorite, so no one dared to stop her. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone this afternoon. Noble consort Zhuang was not so lucky. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Runshou Palace, she was stopped by the guards. Noble consort Zhuang said, "Go and pass the message. I have something urgent to see Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard replied, "Sorry, Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone." Noble consort Zhuang frowned, "But I saw someone go in just now. That was Miss Jiyu. She went to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard finally knew not to make Jiyu Jiao hate him. Noble consort Zhuang was relieved when she heard that it was for treatment. But the next moment, she asked worriedly, "Is Empress Dowager Zhuang sick?" The guard said, "Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly unwell yesterday and invited Miss Jiyu to the palace to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang. Today, Miss Jiyu came to check on Empress Dowager Zhuang." Noble consort Zhuang thought for a moment, "Then I have to go in and visit Empress Dowager Zhuang." "This," noble consort Zhuang said, "I won't embarrass you. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't let you disturb her, but Miss Jiyu didn't say this. Go and invite Miss Jiyu." "Yes." The guard looked at the little palace maid on the side. The little palace maid understood and quickly caught up with Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao was talking to eunuch Qin in the small garden in front of the hall. The little palace maid said, "Miss Jiyu, eunuch Qin, noble consort Zhuang is here. She wants to see Miss Jiyu." Eunuch Qin was a shrewd person. Noble consort Zhuang and Jiyu Jiao were not familiar with each other. She wanted to see her and hoped that Jiyu Jiao could pass the message to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Empress Dowager Zhuang is reading the memorial. We dare not disturb her." "Oh, then I'll wait too." Jiyu Jiao didn't want to be special. "Good." Eunuch Qin smiled and took Jiyu Jiao to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. In fact, with the Empress Dowager's love for Miss Jiyu, she wouldn't mind Miss Gu's disturbance at all. In fact, Miss Jiyu could even find some time to have some fun during the boring days of official business. However, Miss Jiyu had never become arrogant because she was pampered. She had her own limits and limits. She was good to the Empress Dowager, not to get the Empress Dowager's favor, but because she sincerely hoped that the Empress Dowager could live a good life. Eunuch Qin went to the gate of Runshou Palace to see noble consort Zhuang and said politely, "Miss Jiyu is also waiting for the Empress Dowager to summon her." At this point, noble consort Zhuang couldn't say anything more. Fortunately, there weren't many memorials today, so Empress Dowager Zhuang left the study soon. Eunuch Qin reported, "Empress Dowager, Miss Jiyu and the imperial consort are here." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Let her in." This was referring to noble consort Zhuang. She understood the rules that she had set. Jiao Jiao could enter, but outsiders could not. Yes. Eunuch Qin led noble consort Zhuang into the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Jiyu Jiao had just finished examining Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her throat had recovered well, but she seemed to have a little heat stroke because of the hot weather. Jiyu Jiao took ginger slices and sesame oil to scrape her arm. Noble consort Zhuang respectfully bowed and said, "Empress Dowager. Speak, what's the matter?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked faintly. Her throat was injured, so it still hurt when she used it. Eunuch Qin had already left with the palace people. There were only 3 of them left in the huge bedroom. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at Jiyu Jiao, who was scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin. She understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean to avoid Jiyu Jiao. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "Empress Dowager, do you really not care about Heng Er's marriage? How can Heng Er marry?" She looked at Jiyu Jiao again and chose her words carefully. She omitted the unfriendly words and directly said, "Jiyu Jinyu? She is only the adopted daughter of Marquis Dingen's Fu. Her status is lowly and her morals are lacking. Marrying her will implicate Heng Er and make him the laughingstock of the capital." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her faintly, as if indicating for her to continue. Noble consort Zhuang's gaze swept back and forth between Jiyu Jiao and said, "What's more, Jiyu Jinyu stole Miss Gu's credit. It's unfair to Miss Jiyu to praise her like this." Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a deep voice, "Don't use others as a raft." Noble consort Zhuang hesitated and said, "Yes." Jiyu Jiao continued to scrape and had no intention of participating in the conversation. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang, she didn't react much to noble consort Zhuang's complaints. Noble consort Zhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. This situation was different from what she had imagined. The Empress Dowager had a heart of stone, but she loved Zhuang Yuheng. She didn't agree to sending Zhuang Yuheng to Chen country as a hostage. Now that Zhuang Yuheng had been tricked by the emperor to this extent, why was she unmoved? Noble consort Zhuang continued, "Empress Dowager, Heng Er's wife must be of equal status and be of help to him. But what does Jiyu Jinyu have? She isn't even Marquis Dingen's flesh and blood. Could it be that Marquis Dingen Fu will side with her in the future?" Moreover, I suspect that the emperor wants to plant a spy in the Zhuang family. Marquis Dingen Fu was the emperor's confidant. The emperor had Jiyu Jinyu marry into the Zhuang family for 2 reasons. First, it would break the Zhuang family's plans to form a strong marriage alliance with other aristocratic families. Second, it would allow the emperor to monitor the actions of royal Prince An and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang felt that the emperor had this plan. In reality, the emperor didn't have this plan. But just as the emperor didn't trust Empress Dowager Zhuang, noble consort Zhuang didn't trust the emperor's intentions. The Zhuang family couldn't make any mistakes, and they couldn't lose a great opportunity to form a marriage alliance with a powerful aristocratic family. The more powerful royal prince An was, the more support her son, Ning Wang, would have. Aunt. Noble consort Zhuang saw that reasoning wasn't effective, so she played the family card. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. Noble consort Zhuang was extremely anxious. She simply kicked the ball to Jiyu Jiao. "Miss Jiyu, what do you think?" She knew that Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Jinyu didn't have a good relationship. She believed that Jiyu Jiao wouldn't speak up for Jiyu Jinyu, nor would she care about the battle between the Zhuang family and Marquis Dingen Fu. Jiyu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's person. Jiyu Jiao continued to scrape her grandaunt's skin. She paused and said, "This is royal Prince An's marriage. Shouldn't it be up to him to decide? When the emperor bestowed the marriage, did you ask him if he would accept it? Is noble consort Nyang Nyang representing his own wishes?" Noble consort Zhuang was immediately stumped. Noble consort Zhuang returned without success. After Jiyu Jiao finished scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin, she went to prepare her own gunpowder. The space in by Shui Alley was limited. She didn't dare to move too freely for fear of blowing up the residence. Ren Shou Palace had enough empty space. It was fine even if it blew up. Eunuch Qin entered the room to serve Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her complexion was much better and her chest was no longer stuffy. Eunuch Qin offered up freshly cut fruits and said, "Is the Empress Dowager truly ignoring royal prince An's marriage?" Empress Dowager Zhuang seemed to mock and ridicule. The emperor acted first and then reported later. He gave Ijia such a large army. How can Ijia handle Ijia? Is this country really surnamed Zhuang? Ijia's hands have been stained with blood over the years. Everyone thinks that Ijia's power came easily. Who has seen Ijia treading on thin ice? Eunuch Qin deeply agreed. Outsiders only saw the Empress Dowager calling the wind and summoning the rain. They didn't see the blood dripping from the Empress Dowager's back. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, if Zhuang Yuheng wanted to cancel the marriage, he would have come to ask Ijia himself. If he didn't say anything, it means that he has accepted. Just as she finished speaking, a loud boom came from the small lawn in the side hall. The entire Ren Shou Palace seemed to tremble. The two people's expressions changed. Eunuch Qin hurriedly took small steps and ran out. Miss Ji Yu, are you alright? A large part of the lawn was blasted bare. Ji Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Eunuch Qin was frightened. Miss Ji Yu, I am here. A weak voice came from the top of Eunuch Qin's head. Eunuch Qin looked up and saw Ji Jiao's small black face and messy hair from the explosion. Her small arms and legs were drooping, like a small doll hanging soullessly from the high eaves. Ji Jiao opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Eunuch Qin was speechless. Ji Jiao was confused by the explosion. After being rescued by the palace's experts, she climbed onto her great-aunt's phoenix bed and slept for the whole afternoon. When she woke up, it was close to evening. Her great-aunt asked her to stay at Ren Shou Palace for dinner. She thought for a moment and said, "Great-aunt, I'll make you some dates." It was mainly because she felt bad for blowing up her great-aunt's lawn today. No matter what, she had to make up for it. Dates were made with feta cheese, sun-dried red dates, and almonds. The red dates were naturally sweet and didn't need any extra sugar. The milk was fragrant, delicious, and nutritious. Red dates and almonds weren't hard to find, but the feta cheese had to be fetched from the imperial kitchen. While the chef of Ren Shou Palace went to fetch the feta cheese from the imperial kitchen, Ji Jiao went to the imperial garden. She planned to pick some fresh flower petals and dry them to make tea. Not long after she started picking flowers in the imperial garden, several unfamiliar palace maids came over. They also picked some fresh flowers with baskets in their hands. Ji Jiao put the basket full of flowers on the stone table, then went to pick another basket full. There seemed to be a lot of flower petals, but there wasn't much left once they were dried. Ji Jiao returned with a full load. Coincidentally, the feta cheese had also been brought over. She handed the basket to Eunuch Qin and turned to the small kitchen to make the dates. Inside Pure Flower's palace, the palace maids were all kneeling on the ground. The emperor and grand concubine Jing were sitting on chairs. The emperor frowned at the newly selected palace maids who served grand concubine Jing and said with a displeased expression, "How are you serving grand concubine? You actually made grand concubine's jade pendant disappear." Grand concubine Jing sighed, "It's not their fault, I lost it myself. When I went to the imperial garden just now, I seemed to have heard something, but I didn't pay attention to it. It must have been then that I lost it. This servant found it, but this servant." One of the palace maids stuttered. Grand concubine Jing said gently, "Don't be afraid. Speak properly, I won't blame you." The palace maid gathered her courage and took a step forward before kowtowing. This servant picked up a jade pendant in the imperial garden. This servant didn't know that it was grand concubine who lost it, so this servant wanted to give it to manager auntie. This servant placed the jade pendant on the table, but when this servant went to get it after picking the flowers, the jade pendant disappeared without a trace. The emperor asked in a low voice, "Why did you place the jade pendant on the table so casually?" The palace maid said fearfully, "That jade pendant was already broken, so this servant thought that it was worthless and wasn't anything good." Broken? The emperor looked at grand concubine Jing in surprise. Grand Concubine Jing nodded bitterly and didn't say anything. Granny Cai said earnestly, 2 years ago, Grand Concubine fell and broke the jade pendant. A corner of it shattered and couldn't be reconnected. However, that was a memento that Princess Ningen left for Grand Concubine, so even though it was broken, Grand Concubine still wore it every day. The Emperor's heart ached when he heard that Grand Concubine Jing had fallen. He only regretted not bringing her back to the palace earlier to take care of her. "I've made Mother suffer," he said guiltily. Grand Concubine Jing said, "Your Majesty is too serious. It's only a fall. There are times when one's legs are inconvenient when they're old. From what I see, Ranshou Palace." The Emperor wanted to say that the one in Ranshou Palace had nimble legs, even nimbler than before she contracted leprosy. He also felt that it wasn't appropriate to keep mentioning the Empress Dowager. He cleared his throat and looked at the palace maids kneeling on the ground. "Apart from you, who else went to the Imperial Garden?" The palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Although a piece of the jade was broken, the remaining half was still priceless. It wasn't an ordinary piece of jade, but a 1,000-year-old cold jade from the Yang Kingdom. Just because the palace maid didn't know what it was didn't mean that others didn't know what it was. "Speak," the Emperor said coldly. "Who took Grand Concubine's jade pendant?" Everyone kowtowed. It was the palace maid who had picked up the jade pendant that said, "Your Majesty, we really didn't take it. We didn't know what it was, so how could we have taken a piece?" She didn't dare to say that the jade was broken anymore. The Emperor asked gravely, "Then apart from you, who else went to the Imperial Garden?" The palace maid thought for a moment and said, "There was a girl. I don't know which palace she was from. She didn't dress like a concubine or palace maid. There was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. She wasn't a concubine or palace maid, and she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Who else could it be but Jiyu Jiao?" That was awkward. If it was an ordinary jade pendant, the Emperor wouldn't have bothered to look into it. However, it was a memento that Princess Ningen had left for Grand Concubine Jing. She was also someone that the Emperor had once doted on. The Emperor cared about her just as much as he cared about Grand Concubine Jing. Eunuch Wei glanced at the Emperor with a complicated expression. Miss Jiyu couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If the Emperor really dared to send someone to ask her if she had picked up the jade pendant, Miss Jiyu would probably never talk to him again. "All right, even though I'm already angry at His Majesty." However, the nature of the matter was different. Miss Jiyu wasn't a person with dirty hands, but the Emperor wouldn't let go of any clues. The difficult part was that once he asked, the seeds of hostility would be planted between them. Moreover, Miss Jiyu was now in Ranshou Palace. What would the Empress Dowager think if she learned of this? She wouldn't rest until she gave the Emperor a good scolding. The Empress Dowager could be wronged, but Miss Jiyu couldn't. Eunuch Wei silently wiped away his cold sweat. It was over. It was all over. The Emperor composed himself and held Grand Concubine Jing's hand. The little divine doctor wouldn't pick up the jade pendant on the table. The Empress Dowager dotes on her and wishes to give her all the treasures in Ranshou Palace. Although the Millennium Cold Jade given by Ningen is precious, it isn't to her liking. Ningen also gave me a Millennium Cold Jade. Since it's a memento left by Ningen, I'll have someone bring it to Mother. This servant will go get it right away. Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the Emperor to give him an order and left quickly, as if he was afraid that the Emperor would go back on his word. The Emperor said, "These little palace maids didn't do a good job and lost Mother's jade pendant. They don't have to serve Mother anymore. I'll choose some capable palace maids for Mother." Grand Concubine Jing smiled. "I'm a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, so I don't need too many people by my side. Nurse Cai is enough." The Emperor said, "Nurse Cai is also old, so it's inevitable that she won't be able to do as she wishes. If there were a few clever palace maids by Mother's side today, they definitely wouldn't have missed Mother's jade pendant." Jiyu Jiao didn't know anything about Pure Flower's palace. She went to the small kitchen to make milk dates and fresh flower cakes. There were still quite a few fresh flowers left. The little palace maid smiled. I'll put them in a perfume pouch for Miss to use as dried flowers. That's fine. Jiyu Jiao nodded. The little palace maid found a golden threaded perfume pouch for dried flowers and stuffed all the remaining petals in the basket into it. After dinner, Jiyu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley. Jiyu Xiaoshan was scratching her head in the courtyard with a strange expression. What's wrong? Jiyu Jiao walked up and asked. Jiyu Xiaoshan said, Marquis Jiyu fainted and hasn't woken up yet. As it turned out, after Jiyu Jiao went to visit her grandaunt, Marquis Jiyu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked his son where Yarosha had gone. Just as he said that, he saw Yarosha walk out of the room with a big belly. She wasn't just fat like a ball anymore. She really was carrying a ball in her stomach. There was nothing more frightening than a man coming back from a business trip to find his wife with a big belly. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all, but Marquis Shenping just had to walk over and say a few words to Yarosha with a smile. Marquis Shenping was the most dissolute and unruly man in the capital. When he smiled seriously, there was a trace of roguishness and wickedness to it. Marquis Jiyu immediately felt like the sky was falling down. Marquis Jiyu had always been troubled by his own looks, but he couldn't help but admit that Marquis Shenping was better looking than him. This wastrel only needed to hook his finger, and there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. Could it be that his Yarrow had also fallen for his trick? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Marquis Shenping would appear here. Anger attacked his heart, and the top of his head turned green. Marquis Jiyu could no longer hold himself back. His tongue stuck out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Jiyu Jiao went to Yarosha's room and checked Marquis Gu's pulse, saying, "He's fine." Yarosha nodded. Although this husband was quite muddle-headed at times, he was still the father of two. No, he was now her 3 children. She didn't want them to become fatherless children. But Yarosha looked at her belly that was constantly bulging. Was the movement of the fetus this strong at 6 months? Why did it feel like this child wanted to kick his father? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.